Jonesy.
Hey, what a way to start a day. Go and say hi, she on her life. She tooling, mouth too slick, too slick, too slick. Hey, Jonesy in the morning. Got to live, that's tip for me, girl.
It's giving nice.
It's Jonesy in the morning.
Jonesy in the morning.
With shade and laughter, shade and laughter me.
Jonesy in the morning.
Hold on, people. Let's start eating your food. Let's start wasting my money. I'm out. I'm out.
So much. Let's just go over your career.
30 years in radio, and then I stopped for 15 to take care of my kids, raised them, came back, made a new record, and was nominated for a Grammy. And now took Jonesy in the Morning digital every morning from 8 to 11 a.m.
You have lifted up other women, and they are able to do what they can thanks to you.
Life was just thrown my way. My dad died freshman year in college, and my mom died 2 weeks after I graduated. Most people go through adversity and have to figure it out. So if you can just recall what you had tapped into, you will always continue to figure it out. The pain comes intermittently, but then you look to your left and you look to your right and you realize other people have it sometimes harder than you. As long as you wake up each day, you can continue to change your narrative.
You are the recipient of this incredible award, well deserved.
As from Miss Sakina to me and people with voices to do the right thing.
Billy Somack, I am.
What happened? Why is the sound sounding like that?
What does it sound like? Good morning, by the way.
Morning. Robotic.
It? I don't know. That sounded clear to me. Let me look at some things. Are you back up now?
What's your name?
I can't get into Macola.
Hold on, Jackie.
Yeah.
Who you talking to, me? Am I back up? Where are my other glasses? I love muffins. Hold on, let me get this lighting. Try to get this lighting better. Maybe. Maybe. I'm gonna get the iron in a minute and just start ironing. Hey guys. I don't even want to say it, but I hate that we are halfway through, you know what? Because they already got the wrong kind of stuff up in the stores for sale. How you selling costumes? How you got Santas? How you got Black Santas up? No, I'm here for a Black Santa. Who is texting? And did you guys get your questions in? I got only 2 emails with questions for Jaguar Wright. I don't want to hear that. And we gotta be like, Jonesy, why you didn't ask her about this? So dump your questions in the chat. It's already out at ShopRite, Brick City. I saw it last night. Next to the barbecue sauce, the barbecue spatulas, the fun barbecue mitts. I said, how you got Halloween next to 4th of July or Labor Day, I guess, right? That's what it is. They trying to get ready for Labor Day. Barbecue. Oh. Come on in, everybody. Today is going to be, let me go on IG and get the people from over there. Today is going to be one for the books. Now, in case you are accustomed to watching this show later, that's going to be virtually impossible unless you become a member. After the show, after the live show, it's available only to members. But how about this? Membership's only like $4 a month. And my content is totally and completely worth way more than that. All right, let me get these folks over here to come in. Wait, first I had to get on a scale. Because I meant to weigh myself, and then I thought about it last night, and I said, nope, you don't weigh yourself at night. Why is it down here? Because that's where I'm usually at. Uh-oh, I'm up on the scale. No. How many pounds can you take off for clothes? You ain't got on nothing but sweatpants and a t-shirt. That's what you taking off for, dummy. So if I take off 2 pounds, then I'm within my range. Thank you, Kim. Come on, Kim from Harlem, moderator extraordinaire. Kim gonna tell you what you paying for. Tier 1 is $3.99. Tier 2 is $10. Tier 3 is $20. I'm telling you, Tier 3 is going to be like free access to my events, parties, exclusives with 2 pounds. Okay. All right, then I'm on. Hi, people. Hello there. Jaguar Wright is checking in with us this morning, so get off of here and go to YouTube. And all you got to do is go on your phone, YouTube, and go to Pink Champs, at Pink Champs the show. Because we're going to get into it. I don't know how often she does morning radio. I know she said when we talked a few weeks ago that there have been attempts made on her life. So we got to get into that. But hence why it's not an in-person Pink Champ interview, right? Because there's too much crazy going on in the world, and we don't want to bring no unnecessary. So come on over to YouTube at Pink Champs the show. She'll be checking in at, I think we said 10 o'clock. So again, dump your questions. If you have, dump them, because I don't want nobody being mad at me. Why you ain't ask her about this? Why you ain't ask her about that? Because y'all know I don't be knowing. I be in my own world, my own life. Trying to get this boy across the finish line of high school. When I hear Syracuse, I think of snow. Oh, my shirt. Ow. It's very snow. Well, I mean, and white folks up there so nasty. Ugh, they just as cold as the weather. But I digress. All right, we're at 94. When we get to 100, I'll do the roll call. But of course, I acknowledge members first. As you are aware, members get privileges and they get acknowledged first. Aaron Jonesy. Hi, everybody over here. You know what? These are the fakes. These are the CVSs. These are the real deal. Let me clean them so I can see and acknowledge. Come on over, though. Come on over to the YouTube at Pink Champs the show, because I can't keep doing this all. Y'all so nasty. Can't keep doing this all morning. So fresh. Let me put some music on. I feel like we need music this morning. Good morning, Melba Moore legend. I hear I'll be talking to you soon. You got some new music. I watched the video of you perform it. Why do you're a fucking vampire. Melba Moore is a vampire. Melba Moore didn't you just turn 80? And looks, what? You still look like you in your 40s. To me, especially singing circles around us children and lifting that leg in a perfect 90-degree angle. Who does that? But, wait, hold on. This is why I don't have time to be going in people's interviews and studying, because I'm distracted by with freaking school textbooks for school. Leave people alone. We on vacation. I don't want to hear about a textbook right now. Hi, Alicia. Black don't crack and beige don't age. I don't know about the rest of y'all. I don't know about anybody else. I don't know and I don't get. All right, hold on. All right. me. You know, at 9 a.m., everybody's in their office to start sending out emails. Did we do what we were told to do? Did we call over to Crunch East Brunswick and give them the business? And did we cancel ESPN and Disney? We should never have been on. Well, that's y'all guys. I do not like the more and more this Ryan Clark situation rolls out. I know likey. I think the lady said it best when she said, "Why are we always expected to be graceful and what's she say? Graceful, but they can just be reckless and fire you during a commercial break, and you're not supposed to wild out." I don't know, but all I know is I have been saving the conversation surrounding my experience at the corner. Is that what we call in the block? Is that their new name, the corner? What we gonna call them? The gutter instead of the block, the avenue, the boulevard. I have been saving for my Drink Champs interview. A baby. You want to talk about a step and fetch it, nigga? Huh, we're going to talk all about it. All right, hold on. All right, so how was everybody's Monday? Please come on over to YouTube at Pink Champs the Show as we prepare for our guest, 10 a.m. Jaguar Wright is going to be joining us. Yeah, you could applaud that. If we don't be graceful, we going to jail. So that's why. But at what point do we let go of the comforts of freedoms that aren't really freedoms, the comforts of wealth that really don't give you power? At what point do we relinquish those? Or do we really even have those? Or we have the perception of those things? Let's think about what our freedoms really are. So I think freedoms change situation to situation, system to system, administration to administration, and just as time moves on. So are we really free? Are we really free, or is that just a perception? And so in that spirit, do we keep making excuses for why we don't? Look, it's about to go down. It's going to be a black and white war. Everybody in between got to pick a motherfucking side. And I'm not expecting any of them to be on ours. So y'all can stay in denial. Y'all can hope that you've passed on before the war happens and it's just left to your kids. The black and white war is coming. Prepare yourselves. That's all I'm going to say. Now let me do my roll call, because we got 111 people in here, and that is an angel number. Thank you, everyone, for being in here. And let me acknowledge first let me put my music on, because I need something to make me it feels a little funky. Did y'all get caught in the rain yesterday? Did it rain? Kitty, I'm sending something your way. Oh, no, I'm not. Wait, am I? I'm going to try to. Something that just popped up on here.
Stupid me. I was in a torrential storm. I had the bright idea of going back across that bridge to do something real quick and coming back. I know in the GW.
We never could just leave well enough alone. We always got to be like, you know what? Let me just hop over to the city real quick.
No, I'm still in the city, but I hopped over to Jersey real quick.
Oh, hop back over here.
I was coming across the GW. I felt like I was in a tornado.
I would be so afraid to be on the bridges the way the water be rising. Oh, my God. I don't fuck with bridges anyway on a sunny day. No, I literally have to hold my breath and count backwards.
Have you ever been through the Chesapeake Bay Bridge?
Yes, and I hate it. It's right on the water.
Yeah, that's a little scary to me.
And the fact that you even brought that up gives me tremors this morning.
Sorry, I didn't mean to give you tremors.
Oh my goodness. Have y'all ever been on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge? I was, and it was like 2 a.m. at night. So it's no lights at all.
No lights.
And it's just dark sea. And the bridge is very narrow and it's so low. It's too low. I can't. Music. Now I need good music. Then I got upset because I watched the last episode of The Chi, the last episode ever.
That was a great episode, wasn't it? We got to give them a clap for that because that was a great episode. I'm glad it didn't end. I'm sorry if I'm throwing something off to somebody with people dying. I hate when shows end just with everybody.
All right, well, stop. You're giving it away. Kitty is like, are you kidding me?
You saw it.
You can't do that. I'm for the people. Can't do that, Giddy. Hold on. I'm trying to get some. All right, let me do my little roll call. Come on over. No, I miss talking to Charles Coleman Jr. So Miss C is first again. Miss C got it going on. That's like your what? How many times? As soon as I came on here, she said, "Ooh, thank you, Miss C." Good morning, Kiana. Big R, our newest member. Good morning, Big R. Happy to have you. Mimi and Charlie I Am. Good morning, ladies. Hey, Rhonda, checking in. Hey, Mo James and Jane Bea. Libra Girl Faye. Welcome, everybody. Happy Tuesday, Amazon Mom. Lady in flight, are you at the airport? Are you about to board? Or are you on vacation? She's a flight attendant. Hi, Tim Brown. Hi, Ancy. Selena Witcher, A Story Is Own. Hi, Sherelle. Debbie Scott. Daly. A Story Is Own. Good morning, Al. Good morning, Emily B. Good day, Set in Stone. Ulysses, good morning. Bridget, my sister, Bridget Ortiz, good morning, all the way from vacation. Let me see, let me get my members out the way. Disco Nika's here. I got the power, another new member. Jazz, good morning, Jazz 19. You see, Love J. Good morning, Love J. Welcome. I want to make love to you, and then you took me home. Hi, Trinero, good morning. Sunshine Pixie Diva, good morning. And now I'm going to go back and acknowledge the other. Oh, Ray Brown, good morning. Jodeci's probably in here. Let me go back and get everybody. Nandy, good morning. Mikhail, good morning. Thank you for the questions. Christina Mitchell, good morning. And we will happy birthday your sister Kim in a little while. Hi, Bria Belafonte. Alicia V, good morning. Mr. White, welcome. Read mine. Hello again. Chop Girl. Is Che Bella in here? I see Brick City. Good morning, Brick City. We dance. Let me see. Artie, good morning. Angela. Kathleen Norman, hi sis. Yes, the Diva Melba Moore was on my IG. And we're doing an interview with her, hopefully next week. No, actually, did I say this? I think I said this week. Either tomorrow or Thursday. Thank you, JMC. JMC is referring to Superhead's interview that I did many, many years ago and said it was epic. Thank you. Keisha Coakley, good morning. Lisa W, good morning. I saw Mary J. Blige doing an interview with Funkmaster Flex. I think it's recent. And Flex was asking her about Faith stealing her style. I said, the devil is always preying on the anointing. Because that's all that was. Out of all the footage and all the social media to pop on my little algorithm. Hi, Marion. And he said, I know, you felt the similarity. I know you felt her biting your stop. Something to that effect. I know you had the blonde hair and she came with the blonde hair. But how did you feel? He said, because I felt that. She said, well, if you felt it in your something,
Sometimes
if you felt it in your something, I felt it in my stomach.
Next gen Novella Performance Fabric and Ashland.
No, I didn't indulge. I just sat there because the comments do all the work for me. So somebody said, I'm so glad that these comments seem to be sensible. And basically, the person said, I'm glad that nobody in this comment section is being fooled by fucking Mary. Be quiet and let's not talk about hashtag Miss Jones. You want to talk about jacking people's styles. But, to the masses, there are people still in other states rather, that never heard of my stuff. And I'm fine with that because I know how the machine works. I did not have a big record label. I was on small stepson. I was a stepdaughter, one stepson. So I'm fine with that. But that's not going to make the truth not be the truth. And I just was like, why, after all these years, like, why would you think that Faith can actually sing? Like, Faith sings the fuck down. Everybody was bleaching their hair back then. I don't know why. And then jumping in braids because of the damage. But everybody, so my algorithm be working my nerves, y'all. I have to stay above and beyond my own algorithm. Hi, Brandy. All right, we are ready to start the show. We are ready. Tika, good morning. Yes, you are my love muffins. Hi, LS. This is Hip Hop and Real Will Be. Good morning. Guys, come on in. Hi, Shakira. Oh, my God. Yeah, that bridge, I don't like no bridges. Hi, Arthur Melendez Jr. Hi, Bang Bang. How are you? Thank you, Selena. Selena is now a member. Thank you for membership. My membership will pay off. Faith's a better singer. Faith's an actual singer. I always said Mary sings with emotion, and that's good. I won't say she's not a singer, right? I won't say that Mary J. Blige is not a singer. And everybody has their own style. That ain't even I'm just talking about, let's not disregard that you took the whole singing on hip hop beats from me. Somebody came in the comments and said, no, Michelle was not singing on no motherfucking hip hop beats. Michelle was singing slow songs and you say that you love me and I know that is true. Whatever that is. That was not hip hop. So let's stop. If anything, nope, because you can just walk on. That was club. I can't give credit to nobody but myself. Nobody but myself for the inception of this movie. Not Tranquil Gold, but we're not going to get all up. Hi, Moby Jackson. We're not getting all up on that today. I just brought that up to show you how the algorithm be the devil and how Jonesy is not too far removed to get into them battles. But this morning, you would be proud of the kid because I let the comments speak and defend.
You know what?
And Grace,
a girl have beef with me, she gonna have beef with me forever.
But we don't have beef. I don't have no beef with that girl. We were not aligned. We didn't go to school together. We didn't have the same friends. I don't know if we shared a man. I don't know. But all I know is I don't have no time for that whole flex asking some old shit. Like, ain't y'all still coming off of Insufferable Summer Jam? Maybe that was the deflection. Who's this 38-year-old man that's kicking up all this beef with Jim Jones, Jadakiss, Fat Joe? Some rapper from, I don't even know what his name is, Giddy. I think I've been sending you clips. Some rapper, and now where's he? I can't hear you if you're talking.
Is it the rapper that you sent me yesterday?
Yes.
Is Nason?
Maybe. Get that shit up. I need to
I got
know.
it ready.
Because they said he was on Summer Jam. And I'm like, what are we doing? And then they said Natalie Nunn. I saw her. Listen, I'm not a body shamer. But you guys are. So I'm just gonna repeat you guys' sentiment. Y'all was like, since when did she get swole like that? And I said, what is the talent? Why is Natalie Nunn on Hot 97 anything? Now I have to be a parent that's ashamed of one of my children. What has Hot 97 come to? Were you guys there? Was anybody there? Are we still doing Summer Jam? I feel like we're at Budweiser Superfest age. That shit don't happen no more. 38 Special. Thank you. Thank you guys. It's 38 Special. LS, this is hip hop. Thank you so much. Ron G in the mixtapes. That's all I'm going to say. And we all know who came out first with that shit. But thank you, Kiana. I love to see it. Thank you for the donation. Yeah. Play this. I was like, the freestyle nobody asked for. Oh, he mad Jada won't give him a... You never getting the verse now. You not getting the verse. You're not getting the verses. And you about to end your whole career if he decides to clap back. Oh, he was on the pre-show. Oh, wow. That was a lot of energy. That was a lot of energy and freestyle for a pre-show. Gotta love it. Mikhail said, Summer Jam has not been good since 2003. That was when Michael Jackson came out, right?
On some Jim Jones shit. Hey. Hold up, yo, Jim. I got a bone to pick. That's some whole shit worried about how another nigga clothes fit. With your house on the foreclosed list. You lost your crib in 06, and this nigga still homesick. What I really don't get, you want to be a street nigga so bad that you got Alpo old bitch, but Pro says she don't blow dick. Pro says she don't blow dick. Man, this nigga talking like a boss, but ain't giving out no jobs. Nigga, you can't even go home and get a blow.
Yeah. Thank you for the buffering. Because how Chrissy name get up in the mix? Oh, so Natalie Nunn is a friend of Lemmy. Is he the one that, what's her name? Stevie, Jocelyn. Is Lemmy the one that Jocelyn is mad at? Last Summer Jam I went to was when Wu-Tang was there. Okay. The bars were trash. Isn't 38 kind of old to be starting your rap career? Well, I don't know if he's starting it, but it's damn sure too old to be coming on pre-Summer Jam stage and not being able to read the room because it sounded type quiet to me. I didn't hear no ooh, ooh, ooh. But you know where I did hear the ooh, ooh, oohs? Yesterday, I saw footage of the Brat and Babs visited. So I guess, obviously, the Brat had cameras. So they're trying to do, like, reality show shit, but not on necessarily network TV, which is great because I think that's the direction that things need to be going anyway. And they're finally going to do the battle ring, the female battle rap that Babs has been pouring into for the last decade or so. Finally. I'd be interested in that because, that's just straight up estrogen freaking slay fest. Monet McIntyre, welcome. Monet is our newest member. Okay, thank you. Now, who I don't want to see is Trina's old man. Miss me with the bullshit. And allegedly, any promoter that hires Trina has to allow her husband to perform at least 2 songs. But so now that we know that, we know how to plan our trips to the bar and to the ladies' room. Right? Thank you. Moving on. Uh-oh. What was Jada's response? See, this is why I need you guys. I don't be paying attention. I got grown shit going on over here. Not that y'all don't, but I'm just saying. Thames, good morning, Thames. Jada said, is this about a verse or a career? Right, Nick Music. I have no idea why Summer Jam even still exists, child, at this point. He was on a record with Jada. He said he had the best verse. Jada responded on the song Aroma, and he kept it going. Moving on. Moving on. I'm putting the comments up so everyone feels seen and heard. Heard and seen. She's not mad at Lemmy anymore. Okay, Lemmy created Zeus and Jocelyn had beef for him. But they made up. Yeah, because it made it to my algorithm. And I'm like, no, not interested in these type of stories. Thank you, I guess. Hi, Georgiana. All right, so let's start with, and now Christina Mitchell is a new member. Thank you, Christina. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The brat blew up Deb for stealing some of her ideas. I saw that. And in that moment, my heart got a little warm because even though the brat is not like, she's not an introvert, I've never heard her really talk a truth that might have put someone else in a bad light. I don't know her for that. I don't know her for being that way. And I don't consider this her being that way. I consider this her just exposing. Now, for those of you just joining us, if you have not seen the second episode of Pink Champs, we just released it Saturday, and I'm interviewing Kia Jeffries. Put it in your mouth, Kia Jeffries. And Kia Jeffries has a very intricate past, including but not shadowed by domestic violence. And she too mentioned Deb Antony's name. So this is twice in 1 month, Deb, that your name is popping up and not in a good way. And she said she tried to reach out to Deb for help when her ex-husband was beating on her. And of course, in the interview, well, you got to go on and see the interview for yourself. I don't want to give it away, but it's a good one. So how you Deb in? I don't know. Maybe we'll get her on Pink Champs, or maybe we'll get her on Jonesy. I'm sure somebody will run back and tell her that I was talking about her, and she'll maybe and tell them what her side of things is. But yeah, the brat said that they had collaborated on a show idea, and that Deb went to the network without Brat's consent, without Brat's knowledge, and represented the show idea as if it was only hers. We're not going to do that. That we are not going to. Yes, watch the interview. Right. Alicia, that part. Alicia said, your truth doesn't necessarily have to be the truth, right? Right. And our truths are shaped on our perceptions, where we were in that moment of our life, and the information that we had in that fucking moment. So, right. So it's a lot of little truths running around here. So the brat went off on Deb Anthony for stealing the TV. Yep, I know. I saw that. Thank you, Mo James. Mo James said Pink Champs is so good. I'm telling you right now, leave here. Leave. I give you permission to your excuse from class today. At least, well, no. Wait until Jaguar Wright is done and then go. I'm sorry. I was giving y'all a free day of school off. Nope, I need you here for Jaguar. Please drop those questions for her in the chat, because I promise you'll be disappointed if you don't. If you guys don't do your part with this Jaguar Wright interview, you will walk away disappointed. Jonesy is telling us that we must inform in order to understand. Understanding provides insight and perspective. And you got to be willing to share. And you have to be willing to also acknowledge that you might have had some accountability in part of that too. Like, I don't know if the brat had established paperwork. I don't know what type of, if it was a loose agreement or what it was. My nose is itching. What that mean? Hold on. Is there something in my motherfucking nose? Because it keeps itching and itching. What the hell? No. Just the normal hair. And you know what? It's that I have come to realize that the more regularly I use my Rogaine for women, hair grows every fucking where. Nose, a certain strip, not the whole leg, a certain strip on my leg, coochie pad, arms look like I got somebody in headlocks, buckwheat in a headlock, they used to say. But I will not stop with the Rogaine for women. And this, like, I got to go back to Dr. Mimi twice a week to get this shit going. But I don't even know if I'm perimenopausal or postmenopausal. I don't know what the fuck. In my older years, where shit's starting to shut down and things are starting to sag, I'm holding on. I'm holding on. And until somebody shows me a way otherwise, let me tell you something. Is it over there? Or did I bring it upstairs? Oh, it's right there. See, y'all be thinking I just be saying shit for the gram. When I go to these parties and these events, especially with my fancy bougie, where I know it's going to be fancy bougie women that's my age and older, and their skin be tight and glowing, those are the conversations we're having at the bar. Those be the conversations. I will be the first to go, bitch, your skin. Sorry, we haven't met. I'm Jonesy. And they share the secret. So one of the women I met at the Lynx luncheon last in May, and she told me about these turmeric pads. One side is exfoliating and the other side is soft. You can't exfoliate every day because it's strong, but you do it, your face turns a little yellow, you let it sit for 2 minutes, and then you wipe it off. You see the difference. And then she told me about this. This was like $40 on Amazon. Now, this is really like a coochie cream. It's called estriol cream. It's a coochie cream, but you don't put it on. I mean, you can use it as directed if you want. And I put it on my face. So it's going to make the lines that are slowly starting to appear not be so visible and tighten my skin. So if it could tighten your coochie, imagine what it's going to do for you. All right? Okay? Ancient Chinese secret. So when I tell you, and it was right there because I always wind up retiring on my sofa first, and I drag my ass upstairs, but while I'm doing my little last minutes, I mean, that's why this house is a mess.
So the butt cream's a no-go anymore?
What you mean?
Remember, you were told before to use the butt cream. Christy told you that.
Oh! So you know what? Maybe this is what So Jim Jones's wife, Chrissy, told me I forgot about that. What was the name of the butt cream she said to use?
You never mentioned what the name of it was, but she told you about this butt cream.
The fuck? And then she faked like she was taking down my phone number. Damn you, Chrissy. It's all right. I'll need your butt cream, Chrissy. I got coochie cream. All the lower extremity creams, if you probably have great properties for your face. I don't know. I'll let you know. But I'm telling you, I'm holding on. I'm holding on. Do what you do. I ain't encouraging you or discouraging you because we all grown at this point. I'm just telling you what the TI is. Okay, what are y'all talking about? A Remy interview. Deb and her son ride hard for Trump. Oh, that's the problem right there. Okay, all right. So now we know what it's hitting for. Good morning, Rashida. Rashida Libra. Oh, Mikhail, yeah, the Kia Jeffries interview is grand prize. It really is. Hi, Joe Langley. I saw the interview yesterday, Angie and Remy. Oh, child, please. Let me stop. Why you like that? I don't know, because I just feel like after so many years of you not asking shit, I'm not falling for it no more. It's like you know what you're getting. Did anybody watch the interview? I guess with Angie and Remy. Did we learn anything new? Did she ask any real questions? Did the voice of New York start voicing? Hi, Georgiana, and thank you, Georgiana, for the gracious donation this morning. Thank you, Alicia, but you know I can't take credit, child. It pops on and pops off. We must start to rebuild our creative and artistic institutions. Learning the goings on of the past informs us concerning how to revitalize. You put whole. Rebuild, sustain, and act as responsible stewards. Facts. Hi, Jacqueline. That's what I thought too. But is she divorced or not? She said she was single. So who, Remy? Good morning from Amazon. I'm Chester, Virginia. Hi, Marcus Terry. Good morning. Welcome. All right, let's get to the show. We didn't even get to the show. We got 10 minutes before Jaguar Wright is supposed to call. Which means I got to get off of here. So you guys got to come on here because my real questions are in this phone. So come on over to YouTube at Pink Champs the show. And if not, you're going to have to get a membership in order to watch it back. Because if you guys get up and sit here from 9 to 12 or 9 to 11 and be here, then everybody else got to be here. What was I about to do? Oh, go to my notes. Let's see. Number one, please. So came across this and didn't know how to take it. And actually some of the comments ticked me off. Come on, Giddy.
Rett syndrome, stupid. And today I'm going to be...
What did you do? All right. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Shay Johnson. I have Tourette syndrome. Stupid. And today I'm going to be answering why are my tics so frequent. So as we all know, shut up, bitch. I have severe Tourette's, meaning that shut up, fuck off. That my tics. Oh, you want to talk about mothers? Oh, what? Are going to be more prominent than others. People often assume, no, don't do that. I thought we were having a nice date. Fuck off. That my tics are fake because they happen so frequently. Which is funny because in my medical charts, it literally states, dick, just finished on you, that I have rapid tics when I'm stressed or triggered or anxious. Just a reminder, you're done. Shut up. Your tics don't have to be as rapid as mine. Mine are severe. Not everybody's tics are severe. Having severe tics is not a common thing. And most importantly, knowing somebody with Tourette's and saying, oh, like I know somebody with Tourette's and their tics don't happen this often is not a valid excuse to be ableist. It's not an excuse. Alexa, please order 16 bags of tics. to accuse somebody of faking because all ticks are different. But when I'm more stressed or triggered, my name is Bobby. I like to party. My tics get a lot more frequent and a lot more severe than usual. This does not mean that I tic 24/7, 24 hours out of the day, bitch. This means that my tics flare up when I am when I am dick, when I am stressed. Oh my god, the next train is crazy right now. And if you guys didn't know, I've stated this on my page before, you're a cunt. But I film as a coping mechanism. So that's why my tics can seem worse during videos, because when I film, I am dick, I am stressed or nervous or some negative emotion. But sometimes overexcitement can also trigger my tics, so it just depends. I hope this answered your guys' questions. Now it's just me, nigga. Hi, my name is Shay.
I am weak. I'm weak. And I don't know what it is that we just watched here. Why are the tics always vulgar, though? I don't know, but Che has a doctor that has the vulgar tic. I was every kind of bitch. I was every kind of bitch, every kind of hoe. And the doctor that referred me to him is his colleague. He was like, I know how you are, but he's the best in the business, and I wouldn't be sending y'all to him if he wasn't, but you're just gonna have to know that he's gonna be calling you out your name, but not really, because it's the disease. So I don't know, but everybody's tics aren't vulgar. Oh my goodness. I don't know. There's a term for cursing vulgar tics. Did she just beatbox? I don't know. Giddy, show it again. A doctor.
Hey, John Cena. I have Tourette syndrome. Stupid. And today I'm going to be answering why are my tics so frequent. So as we all know, shut up, bitch. I have severe Tourette's. Meaning that, shut up, fuck off. That my tics.
I can't.
Oh, you want to talk about my...
She said, oh, you want to talk about mothers. Play it, Giddy, play it.
Mothers. What are going to be more prominent than others? People often assume, no, don't do that. I thought we were having a nice date. Fuck off. That my tics are fake because they happen so frequently. Which is funny because in my medical charts, it literally states, dick, just finished on you, that I have rapid tics when I'm stressed or triggered or anxious. Just a reminder,
what's
you're
making you stressed or triggered now?
Shut up. Your tics don't have to be as rapid as mine. Mine are severe. Not everybody's tics are severe. Having severe tics is not a common thing. And most importantly, knowing somebody with Tourette's and saying, oh, I know somebody with Tourette's and their tics don't happen this often is not a valid excuse to be ableist. It's not an excuse.
Coprolalia.
That's
what it's called.
To accuse somebody of faking because all tics are different. But when I'm more stressed or triggered, my name is Bobby. I like to party. My tics get a lot more frequent and a lot more severe than usual. This does not mean that I tic 24/7, 24 hours out of the day, bitch. This means that my tics flare up when I am when I am dick, when I am stressed. Oh my god, the next train is crazy right now. And if you guys didn't know, I've stated this on my page before, you're a cunt. But I film as a coping mechanism. So that's why my tics can seem worse during videos, because when I film, I am deck. I am stressed or nervous or some negative emotion. But sometimes overexcitement can also trigger my tics, so it just depends. I hope this answered your guys' questions. No, it's just me, nigga. Hi, man.
Yeah. Jay's doctor, he's a whole doctor. And I said, how did he, either he got through because no one wanted to not let him have his space in the class to doctor or prepare for doctoring. But wouldn't it have been a distraction to other kids in the class or other students? I don't know. How do you manage that? It's almost like when my boys were little, the teachers would send home letters telling every parent, please don't send your kids to school with peanut butter sandwiches or nuts because we have kids in the class with allergies. And I said, no, because that's all the fuck my kids will eat. And we're not starving because yours can't have peanuts. So put them separate and apart. So how are you supposed to not laugh or not be distracted by someone that's ticked off and who, like, what happens in that instance without you being deemed insensitive or politically incorrect or bye Maxwell, bye. Maxwell said holy water. Bye Maxwell. Right, or the patients. The instance of Jay's doctor, he talks. He's like, oh, so I can tell you exactly right now, fucking bitch. I can tell you right now. All you have to do is stretch when you're a cunt. Stretch before you go onto the field, Jay, and then oh fuck you, oh fuck you, oh fuck you, and then you should see your hip opening up. It was crazy, and I was like, and Jay's getting a kick out of this whole thing, like he's in his glory. Part of it is he's never seen a white man curse and say words like that, or an adult that happens to be a white man, but he's like, my mom is about to fucking fly your head. He's like, I'm just waiting. Like, I want to put my camera up, but I know I can't. I have to be on best behavior. And then when we laugh, he didn't hear nothing that the doctor said. That's the other thing. He didn't remember nothing the fucking doctor was telling him to do because he was so distracted by the fact that why didn't you say anything when he called you a cunt? Like, Mom, you always like fly off the handle at everybody else. You said nothing. I'm like, because Dr. Baines warned us. We knew what we was getting into. Peanut butter. Students with this syndrome are encouraged to communicate more frequently in written form. Yeah, but then there's going to be a parent complaining about that. Why does my child have to communicate in written form? Why can't my child be expressive? Me, I was that kid. No nuts, please. Pause. But seriously, while I have the consumption allergy, I definitely can be next to a peanut butter sandwich and be okay. That part of allergy is odd. So is it because when your mom was gestating with you, she wasn't eating peanuts? Or because sometimes that can be the reason. Does that last forever? Does it Tourette's last? I don't know. Let her walk through Newark with Tourette's. Dana Dane. Oh, shoot. I'm messing around. I didn't even send the link to Jaguars people. Y'all are so stupid. Hold on. Let me send the link. Yeah. Oh, shoot. See, her manager said she's getting ready if you want to send the link. And this was like 15 minutes ago. We fucking around with. Yee-hee. Girl. No, it was funny. I think they can take meds for that. So there's a girl. Is that what y'all was saying? There's a girl that has a show on Hulu. I don't watch Hulu because Hulu, I think, is associated with Disney. I don't fuck with Disney. Not the park, not the channel, and definitely not ESPN, which is a part of Disney. And fuck Kevin Hart in 72 Hours. Do not watch Kevin Hart. Do not watch that Netflix. Nope. He did his little embarrassment ritual where he allowed them to say all that crazy shit about George Floyd and other black people. And now, voila. Now you got the big bag. Now you think we forgot? Fuck out of here. Not supporting you. Send the right link, Jonesy. I hope I did. So she should be coming in. We are not naturally allergic to. Oh, Tyrone is our newest member.
I just sent you the link in case you got to copy and paste in case something's wrong. Or did I send it to the wrong phone?
That's all right. I can send it to. Yeah, but and you know what? Kev Hart may or may not be funny, but he crossed the line with that shit. And now you think you're just gonna come right back after that with ta-da. Now for my next number, fuck out of here. All right, I sent it again. Braylon is a white girl who just got married with Tourette's. I don't even know. I don't know. My thoughts exactly. Jonesy bump 72 Hours. Yeah, no, I'm not supporting him. I'm not supporting Kevin Hart on no level. And I used to be a huge fan and a friend and no more. I probably should learn to separate, though. That may not serve me well. Balin. Without racism, they don't have culture. Facts. That's why we love you, because you keep it real. Hasn't served me well. Hasn't served me well. But I think that we're coming to a point where things in society have gotten so raw in a bad way that all we're going to be able to rely upon are the people that are telling the truth and didn't take the bag. Because I feel like taking the bag, the corporate bag, you lose fake power. Thank you, Anita. Thank you, Georgiana. Look at Stephen A. Smith, $100 million contract. And that's why he can only say, I'm sorry, I didn't like it, what they did to Ryan Clark, but. And he continues to be a puppet for everybody. Hey, Vo.
Hi.
How are you? I was over here talking about puppet ass Stephen A. Smith. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. I have a puppet. Her name is Jaquilla. I'll have to introduce you to her one day.
Oh, yes, you do. Ladies and gentlemen, the incomparable. My sister from Philly, Jaguar Wright, the legend. She is here in the studio.
Oh my God, it's been so long since I've seen you.
Child, I've been through a lot, bro. But
no, it's crazy. You gotta forgive me. Give me a second to process because I've known you for like mad long. And I just want to acknowledge, hip hop grew up.
and we grown now, right?
You look amazing.
Girl, thank you. So do you.
Child, I try. Forgive me, I needed to take that couple of seconds extra to get my lighting and all of that together. I wasn't sure how to tap in.
No, we are so look. We were all excited. We're all still excited, and
Hi,
so
everybody. Sorry, I'm ignoring you. I'm kind of focused on jump. Man, can I just tell you that conversation that we had before this, it sat on me for days.
Really?
Yeah, it did. In a good way. It resonated totally in a good way. I'm so far removed from so much of my past now. You know what I mean? That it's really nice to be able to talk to someone who was there because a big part of my life is this huge construct that I walked away from.
Yeah.
Trying to erase my existence, trying to pretend like I never happened, like something like me never happened, on from any means, in any way. So it's like, it's nice to just have a little reminder or have someone remind you that no, I remember you happened. Yeah.
And seriously, what you're saying about trying to erase, that's seriously a freaking thing.
Oh, it is.
It's a thing.
It is. Even for someone with a persona and a resume as large as mine. Like it was weird. I was, talking to my partner and I was just sharing with him my history with you and knowing you and throughout the years. And I was like, people don't realize there's a link between us that is another part of history that kind of got majorly edited. Pun. Pun was the link between us. Once upon a time, I thought I didn't like you. And then I found out I loved you because of Pun. I remember when he passed away, the first conversation that we had after that. I still remember that conversation. It was such a it was a hard piece,
Yeah. And back then they weren't our friends, our peers weren't dying like that. Like it kind of we had to like start tapping into the reality that look to your right, look to your left. One of y'all may not.
Who's gonna be here and for how long?
Hey.
And I was just so happy that, you know, he really had some real ones in his corner who remembered and who gave a damn.
Yes, a few.
Who gave a damn. And
Yes.
some people might have a hard time with this conversation. I'm not trying to cast any negative light over here on the Josies, you know, conversation morning show. But honestly, be
You can say that.
uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Be
say that.
uncomfortable.
Girl, you know what this show is. This is the We Say What a TI Is show.
I try. Listen to me. I try. I'm trying in my older age. I am so trying to be a good girl.
Why? It's too late. Don't do it. It won't serve
Yes.
you. Good girls finish last. Real girls will live forever.
That part.
So,
That part.
all right. What do you, outside of our conversation about R&B Divas New York, what are you doing now? And I guess let's start with the Jay-Z bringing you up at the Roots picnic.
Oh wow. You want to start there? Okay, let's start
Cause,
there.
well, were you there? How'd you hear about it? And what was
No,
your?
I wasn't there. Actually, I was doing my best to stay as far away from it as possible. You know, the one thing that I've learned, being drugged into the technology age and social media occupation.
Mhm.
And I don't mean that as like my job. I mean like an occupation. Social media is kind of taking over our lives in a big way. What I've learned is that engagement, attention is the new currency. If you want something to be big, you give it your engagement, you give it your attention, you give it your currency. I wasn't trying to acknowledge that shit in any way. And the truth is anybody from our generation really should have been embarrassed at trying to give it any attention. I have emails from people that were emailing me that I didn't know, sending me emails saying, Jaguar, get online now and apologize to Diddy and Jay-Z, and everything in your life can go back to the way it used to be. Just get a cam up now and apologize. And this was all happening at the exact same time that master warlock and fucking fraud and the people that I used to call family were all sitting on stage at the Platt. Like, huh? People were trying to get me to engage. And I get it. Because if I engage, then what does that do? That gets it going. It gets the people
algorithm.
going.
Yeah.
No. Y'all got your algorithm. I got my algorithm. You shouldn't need my help. So do you? And it's funny because I think a lot of people wanted me to jump onto that moment. I think a lot of people were expecting me. And I'm just like, I expected it. I'm glad that they heard me. Because when they first put the rollout out, I'm like, who the hell y'all got on this bill? Who? I'm like, there's no Jasmine Sullivan, but I'm glad that they brought her out. I'm like, there's no state property. I'm glad they brought them out. You know, like I called out a lot of things. And I think the narrative in the industry right now has been so focused on let's make her a liar because we can't let the world think that she's really telling the truth, because she's really telling the truth. She's putting us out here on blast. Like nobody's paying attention to the fact that this grown ass man who's been running from a DNA test for decades, is sitting on stage with my former band who's supposed to be conscious rappers, while all of them is sitting there frauding like they're social activists in some way, when the truth is they're lowbrow I guess you could say, what's the word? Capitalist?
Mm.
You have no problem with selling out anything and anyone so that they don't ever have to go back to the hood.
And we've been talking about that. I just said a minute ago, fuck Kevin Hart.
Oh my
And
God. Oh my
you,
God. We can get into that. We can get into that, but I don't know if anybody can fuck Kevin Hart better than The Rock does.
well,
Because that whole thing at that roast, we can get into that roast. And guess what? You want to know what's so funny? When I look at the roots now, I think back to Spike Lee's Bamboozled. Because you remember they were in that film.
Yep.
Do you remember the name of their band?
No, I don't. What were
What they called them? Why they wore blackface? They called them, the name of the band was the Alabama Porch Monkeys.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it was all supposed to be very satirical. I just find it funny how life ended up imitating art. Because that's what I see. When I see them on the Fallon show, when I see them all happy about working at 30 Rock or whatever the case may be, I see the Alabama Porch Monkeys in real life.
But what changed? Was it the opportunity that they got? Because I feel like once you cross that line and you take that bag, you lose your power.
Well, you become a slave to the system. You know, it was so funny. I'll never forget when Rich set that up for them. Like, see, this is the part of the reason why they don't like me out here, why my platforms are shadow banned beyond belief, and why I have real serious people trying to do anything to silence me, because I was actually there. I remember what happened. Your publicist can't outthink me because I know too much of the truth for you to be able to craft and manipulate a story. The industry did what it always does. It created a big problem that needed to be solved. The IRS was very real at that time. It had gotten to the point where the IRS had started showing up at Roots shows to pick money up. Part of the reason why I wanted to separate and do my own thing, because of the commingling issue that we had with Sean G and G Financial, playing with all of those budgets from MCA and playing with those taxes and putting this in this person's name and putting that in that person's name. You know, the simple fact that I still don't get any credit at all for paying for the Jazzy Fat Nasty's second album.
Remember the Jazzy Fat Nasties?
That came out of my budget. The Tortoise and the Hare was paid. That was my budget. They were what?
I was going to say, I want to say they became my label mates.
At some point, I'm sure they did.
On Stepson Records.
Yeah.
Nobody remembers the Jazzy Fat Nasty bitch but me and you.
But see, that's the funny thing. Nobody remembers Black Lily either. Well, some do. Black Lily was a very real thing.
Yeah.
And my energy carried that for a good share into pop culture. Like, there's so much of history that people don't even know, and it's been glossed over. But like I was saying, as far as the IRS was concerned, the IRS was very real. And Rich wanted to make sure that the guys got, you know, they went somewhere. I guess he had just found out about his diagnosis because Rich had been fighting cancer for quite some time leading up until the moment that he passed. So that was hard because I loved Rich. That's why I was there. I wasn't there for them. I was there for Richard Nichols. He was brilliant. And I wanted him to guide my career until we had a bump in the road, and the bump in the road was faith. He was an atheist. I believe in Yeshua. I believe in the Creator. And it just got to the point where whatever kind of career I want to have, I have to have whoever is making decisions for it. They have to believe in what I believe in. Otherwise, they're going to have me doing stuff that I don't want to do. I'll never forget when Jill said, "Oh, you should join the guys and you should go and be on the Tonight Show band." I said, "For what? Why would I want to do that with that dude?"
Because you know what goes along with that spiritually.
I know what goes along with that spiritually. I know what goes along with that physically. I know what goes along with that mentally. It's a mind screw. Those constructs, being caught up in that game. You're a literal prisoner. You're no longer an artist.
So I don't want to interrupt
It's-
you, but
yeah.
so one might say, well, I was going to ask you about hit dogs hollering, but I
Mhm.
want to say now, one might say, well, Jag, you were a part of it. You were a part of the industry,
I
and
was. I
yeah,
was. I
and now
was.
you.
And when I fought to get into the industry, I had turned my back on God. You can ask my old players that used to play in my band. They would get together and want to pray before a show. And I'm like, I don't know what you're doing that for. Don't do that around me. I don't play with God. God ain't here. Not with what we're doing. You want to pray, you go out there and you do that on your own, but you're not going to blaspheme in my face. You're not going to sit here and pray and then get drunk and then go get high and then sit out here with all of these people. You know what we're doing. Like I used to say that. I was always very conscious about
Interesting.
who I
So
am and what I was.
but what was the breaking point? When had you just had enough and said, I got to stop and take a stand and expose? And even if I expose myself, I have
God
got to do
came to
this.
me. God came to me. It was on a New Year's Eve ceremony. A friend of mine had invited me to church, and the bishop came by, walking by, and he was prophesying over everyone that was there in the church. And this was like around somewhere around 2007. And my God, I'll never forget, he walked past me and I was like, oh yes, he walked past me.
Because you
and
ain't
then
want him.
and he has stopped and turned around. And he looked at me and he put his hand on my shoulder and he just started prophesying. And he said, you were given the task as the intercessor. It is your job to take from evil and give back to God's people what is good. It is your job. You are the one. And I'm like, and it hit me. Things that my father had said to me. My father passed away a couple of years after that. He had just started taking very, very ill. And I realized that the reason why God allowed me to be in the space and the spaces and around the people that I was in, because it was my job to go back out, go to Nineveh, just like Jonah in the way, go to Nineveh and tell them. That was my job, and it was hard. I didn't go running right away. I ran from the calling, and then I started little by little, but I was always talking to artists in the backdrop and always encouraging them. Don't worry about these systems. Don't become a part of this system. Like I was always there actively working against the game. And I knew people saw that. And I was starting to feel the effects, gigs drying up, crazy stories. She's this, she's that. Don't do this, don't do that. I watched them pry me away from working with people who I had been working with for years that I considered at one point in time very good friends. But I had to learn the lesson. It's either you are loyal to the game or you are loyal to your calling. There is no in between. I
Right.
thought that I could work the in between, and I did for quite some time. It got real when I was sitting in Golden Gate's funeral home, right there at the door of the crematorium with my son's body. That's when it got real.
Wow. I am sorry.
25 years. I know
And
you are. That was the first thing you said to me when we got on the phone, and I appreciate you for that.
yeah, no, because that changes your life. That
They had
and
him in a
you either
freezer. He was thawing out. So I'm sitting there with my my icicle child, who I was about to put in the furnace. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking. When you see the beginning and the end of a life, and you were there at the beginning, at the end, all of the stuff in between is all of the stuff in between. But the beginning and the end? And when I looked at my son, I saw the future, everyone's future. And it was just like, okay, you gotta stop. Like there's no more bargaining with this.
Yeah, but you were alone, you were vulnerable, and you were grieving, right? So how do you know which part is going to pass and how far to go? Because I know you knew you were on a mission, right?
Well, I mean, was I alone? Because God was there every step of the way. He's been there every step of the way. And I know a lot of people have wanted to play with the idea that my grief caused me to do what I've done. Right, Torre? You should be very careful playing with people's grief. You should be very careful.
He's a
No,
jackass. Anyway.
it wasn't, well, I mean, he is what he is. You know, he's friends with Amir. So I understand why he decided to go on his tirade against me. You know, the Diddy trial was a very interesting era in my life. People can think whatever they want to think. They can think that I did what I did because I lost my mind or because, oh, she went crazy. No. Everything that I did it intentionally. Those outbursts, those videos that I did, raging after Malik died. Watching what happened with Malik was like watching what happened with Pun. Or Proof. Or Guru. Or like I could go down a list of every awesome thing that we've lost in hip hop. Pieces of our personal diary that totally got obliterated, that people tried to pretend like it never happened so we can watch people like Fat Joe sit around and lie. So we can watch the Jigga Man sit there and pretend to be something that we all know he's not. It's the in the land of make believe, you know.
I call it let's pretend.
Yeah, I do this. It's just this. It's, you know, it's ridiculous. It's gotten to the point now where I have to look at our generation and ask, like, how long do we keep up the fraud while we're watching the generation behind us? Like, we're watching them march off right into hell, right into doom. And we know that it goes nowhere. You can sit there and you can talk all of this, oh, well, they're a billionaire. In whose world?
And they still don't have the power.
Have the power, they ain't got the money either, because I don't know billionaires that need loans. And I've known a few billionaires. I've never seen a billionaire that I've met in my life. And, you know, I'm sorry, I've never seen them refinance. They don't need to. They have liquid cash.
And when you say these things, this is how you know. I said earlier, we're so comfortable. We have to get used to dispelling the notion that this is really comfort, and we know better, but because we're comfortable and we don't think that it can happen, that it will ever get that bad, we continue to do the same shit and rally behind the same artists and feed into the same bullshit they want us to. So who's coming? Who's coming and who's staying?
I have no idea. What I do know is that I'm not gonna lie to these babies.
What have you lost as a result of?
I guess you would say everything. I don't know. I don't have any value on. See, it's the valuing the bullshit. That's how they get you. That's how they keep you.
Yeah.
In my mind, I don't really feel as though I've lost anything. I think I gained so much. Like myself, I have control of myself. Do I miss touring? Do I miss being out there, a woman of the people and all of that? To a certain extent. Will I be able to do that again in the future? Maybe, in God's way, but it won't be with this system. It won't be for the system.
So how
I can't feed into that.
So, but there's got, because of it's the era of independence, right? And independent platforming. Are the people behind the platforming even trying to censor you and shut you down?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Make no mistake about it. All of these constructs are controlled by the other people. I mean, the Black corporation is very real. I'll never forget when they first started messing with my cash app. Wiping out my balance and then putting my money back. And I think people keep forgetting that Sean Carter sits on the board for the Black Corporation, and the Black Corporation is what owns Cash App. The Black Corporation also what bought Tidal from him for the couple hundred some odd million that added to whatever's supposed to be making him a billionaire, that screwed all of those artists out of their money, which is why people are pissed off at Drake, because Drake didn't sign over and he made a real deal and made his money and kept growing while everybody else got screwed by the Jigga Man, who decided to take that money and run off just like he, like, it's so funny. Like people like being robbed. Apparently, people like getting stuck up. Apparently, people like getting their drawers shook. Apparently, like, I don't know. Like, it's just gotten to that era now where like even watching Charlemagne, like that. I remember when he was in Philly. I remember how many people almost stuck him up in the street. I remember what he was doing at Redstone and Cherry Hill. Like, people remember your little goofy self, you know.
And I had come back to Philly at that point on Power 99 and wore his ass out in the ratings, and it was grand opening, grand closing, and now they just gave him a Hollywood Walk of Fame star.
Well, he got a star for what?
That's what I don't know. I saw last week him sitting next to it, but you might be able to pay for it yourself.
They gave him a star for what? He's the king of the geeks. He's the weirdos, you know, like all of the little strange weirdo podcasters, like the Academics Boy and all of the other boys. They all look up to Charlotte, and the reason why is because he's attached to Rock Nation, and Rock Nation is writing his ticket on everything. You know, he was willing to stab Wendy Williams in the back and work with her ex-husband to pull that off. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I hurting people's feelings?
This is the wrong show.
That's why I thought it was really sad when, you know, Dame Dash called him out talking about Wendy Williams was your OG, and then he put that he came in with that t-shirt on, like clowning it to a certain extent, and it's just like, or that day that he let Tyson Beckford come there and disrespect Wendy. Like, I thought that was so shitty. Like, I just thought it was very shitty.
And yet, I have to be honest, Wendy would have done the same fuck shit to him.
Well, I'm sure.
And
but
me.
Again, she was Wendy. She was Wendy. He did all of that coming up underneath her. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like,
Jag,
there's just no respect. What happened?
Hold on 1 second. I'm smelling smoke. Hold on.
Oh shit.
Yeah, hold on.
Well, that's not good.
No, not at all. Let me see if it's coming from outside. No.
Smoke? Where there's smoke, there's fire. My God, how long have we been here? Are we creating fire?
Do you smell smoke in there? Yeah. Nothing. I'm smelling smoke and I don't know where it's coming from. Let me check upstairs. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's fucking nuts. And now it's over here. Jag, you bringing the smoke.
That's what I said. Oh my God, I'm not starting fire. That's
You
why
bring-
when you walked away. I said, where there's smoke, there's fire.
When there's smoke, there's Jaguar, nigga.
Oh
So
my God.
I'm
No,
sorry
but-
about that. I smelled it. It smelled like like when the last week when the smoke was coming from Canada. That's what it smelled like. But everybody, I mean, so I'm sorry. I did not mean to interrupt you.
No, child, please.
So
No, but there's just a lot. There's so much that we can talk about. Like, and
I
there's so
know.
much that you can discuss with me that I'm sure most people would fight against. I'm constantly being shadow banned all the time. That's what we were talking about. And I've gotten to the point now where we're just learning, me, my partner, my producer, the team that we're working to build, which is hard to do because trying to find people that aren't infiltrators is almost impossible. Like they're always putting an infiltrator amongst in like it's crazy. So you have to keep it small, you have to keep it tight, and it has to be based on absolute and complete desire for getting the truth out there and trust. Like it's me turning journalism makes sense. And the reason why it makes sense is because that's what I'm fighting against. I'm fighting against the like crazy, narratives. Like disinformation is what I focus on most.
Okay.
Making sure that people know when they're being lied to, making sure that people know what's safe information, what's not safe information, making sure that people understand. And it's easy to, just take someone to say, oh, she's crazy, or she doesn't know what she's talking about. How can she possibly know what she says she knows? And then the next thing you know, I show up in a lawsuit and I worked for Diddy and I did this and I'm the one that told them to get the remote control and do that to that girl and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. And it happened on this day. Unfortunately, it couldn't have happened on that day with me there because I was locked up in jail fighting another case that I beat. Like they gave me the Cat Williams treatment, constantly throwing charges on me, constantly trying to ruin my reputation. Like this is what happens. It comes along with it. You have to be strong.
But when this happened, no, yes, strong, but you also got to be financial. So what are you doing?
Oh, well, they try to break you financially in every which way possible. I mean, I've had people approach me with all kinds of phantom deals about we want to give you this, we want to give you that, and then basically they just want me to turn over my information or tell them who I'm going to interview. Like leading up to Diddy's trial, oh my God, just so fighting with because I'm monetized on social media, but the truth is they do whatever they can do to try to keep my numbers. So like I can tell I'm being it's being orchestrated, it's being controlled. When it gets to the point where you have like YouTube has made millions off of my name and likeness, millions upon millions. All of the different content creators who lied coming to my IG, just snatching my IG, taking it over to YouTube, monetizing it, copywriting it under a YouTube copyright. Like they were literally taking original music that I was playing and creating false copyrights so that they could strike my channel to take my channel down with my own music.
This is so exhausting. How, like, when you got to fight everywhere all day, how do you determine, all right, when I wake up today, I've got willingly.
They want to frustrate you. They want to frustrate you. They want to frustrate you to the point where you give up so they can have control of the narrative, and you can't let them. You have to just acknowledge that you are at war.
Right, but you need a village. That's what I'm telling people. Let's acknowledge that we at war, but I need to know who.
You do need a village. You do need a village, and my village is very small. I have very few people in my corner. Me and my team, we work hard. We work diligently. Salute to Set in the West. But we're at war. We accept that. We accept that, and we just do it.
So I asked Jag to come and do Pink Champs because people are they're making comments. Everyone loves that you're here. They love your strength and your fierceness. And Jag, you told me that you did not feel comfortable being in person because there have been attempts made on your life.
Oh, absolutely, several. It comes with it. It comes with it. I made up my mind. You know, when I decided to do this, what was more important? And 2023 especially, that was the year when they really came down on me. And I figured, you know, I got word that a police officer had come to someone that I knew and said, yo, you need to tell her to back down because if she doesn't stop, we're going to kill her this year. And nobody's going to do anything about it.
I believe that.
And I'm like, okay, well, it's just time to move different. It's time to move around.
Any fear when Diddy gets out?
No. No.
And
really. I
now
think people want me to be afraid of him getting out. They need my fear. See, they need that. They need me to be afraid. They need me to be worried. They need to be, they need her to be scared because, see, my fear validates their position of power. See, because they can, you don't think I know that I'm like the cautionary tale that all of the people in the industry tell. You see what they did to her. You see what they did to her son. You see the kind of life that she lived. She's a ghost. She's this. She's that. You see what they did to her in the media. They put her in a bunch of this. Did you see they put her in that lawsuit? Ain't nobody do nothing. Oh, did you see this? Did you like?
Just like they did Wendy.
Yeah. The only difference between me and Wendy is that Wendy actually kept thinking that she was going to be able to keep taking their money. See, that's where Wendy went wrong, in my opinion. She was, and I get it. I understand the logic. You work so freaking hard. You sacrifice so much. They took so much. You worked to get to this place. You deserve something, right?
Yeah, but it ain't gonna be the way you expect it, and it ain't gonna come from them.
Not from them. You cannot take from them. Anything you take from them, they come back to collected blood.
Yeah. Yeah.
Period.
And they had help in, I don't know your relationship with Kevin, but I feel like they had help because what they didn't.
Kevin, you talking about that husband of hers? That handler of hers? No different than my first husband? Yo, they think they special when they get invited to the Masonic temple and then they get them orders on what to do with their wives. You know, it's sad. But this is what these men do. And these are black men that do this to black women because they want to be special to the black men who are afraid of these very strong, very opinionated, very real black women. The misogyny of it all. It's wild. It's wild.
Now that we know that the white man up here just wants to cross dress and eat babies and rape children and destroy women's rights and all. Now that we've been exposed to all of the true Epstein file-ish type of things, I don't think it's as hard. I don't think it's as far-fetched to believe what you're saying. And to those people coming in the chat and saying, Jag crazy, Jag is off. How about this? I think when you're exposed, when you're in the industry and you're exposed to what she's talking about and you struggle with who you know you are or were before, we all got a little bit of crazy.
Well, I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's crazy at all. And I have to stop you right there for the people in the chat who are 9 times out of 10 part of the disinformation crew that are being paid to come and to disinform and to create the hoopla. Crazy is not wanting to accept reality. That's crazy. See, I know what reality is. I live it every day. It's easy for people to say, you're crazy. Tell me something. You want to know what's even wilder? When those files started creeping out.
And still are. And no one's like, why are they still alive? The victim showed up last week and the nigga still didn't want to apologize. He wouldn't even look them in their faces.
Isn't that interesting?
And it's business as usual. Like, still going on, still throwing black people on the floor, handcuffing them just for videotaping, just for living while being black. They're still in power. So that goes to show you the scale of what's important to the powers that be, or what's not important.
You want to know what really sucks? All of the niggas that work for them. That know what they're doing. While they sit there and tell people, fuck a Target boycott. Please come and buy my shit that nobody wanted to buy when it came out.
So, speaking of which, what are your feelings about Memph Bleak? Saying fuck all that activism.
Who? A grown man who's been living off another grown man. Who's been living off another grown man. You talking about that little, I don't know about Memphis, but he's been bleak. Who is he? Who is that little weirdo?
Yeah, we don't have the same set of ideals.
He's a weirdo. He's been a weirdo. I'm going to tell you what I remember about Memphis Bleak. I'm going to tell you what I remember about you, ho. Because you've been a Jigga Man ho all your life. I can see why you don't want to acknowledge Rymir. You're afraid he's going to take your financial support away. You the child he paid for, rather than the one he sired. But then again, you keep good secret.
Right.
And you've earned a lot. I'll never forget the night that we did Fade to Black, which was one of the moments when I realized I needed to get away from that power structure.
Why? What happened?
It was when they were about to bring Beyonce out. And I'm sitting there in my dressing room changing after I just got finished doing the Philadelphonic set, because I was there as part of it. And they had Mary there, and she made such a big stink about singing Song Cry. She sounded like shit. And everybody fucking knew. And they were like, I don't know, why they didn't just let Jaguar sing it? Why didn't even... And Mary, I don't hate Mary J. Blige. I pity her. I pity her because she sits on a stage in Las Vegas still having to pay a bunch of people that did nothing but take advantage of her all along the way. Like, I think people really think that she's successful. She's a paid puppet. She's been a paid puppet. She's gonna stay that way, sitting up there doing that weirdo ass dance in desperate need of a knee surgery, like Beyonce.
Wait, I thought
But this,
Beyonce had the surgery.
yeah, I'm saying she gonna end up just like that.
Yeah.
She needs to have that surgery. She's been down on her knees for 20 some odd years. Of course she was gonna have to get them things replaced. But this is the thing. Dane was there in the back, and this is the hardest part that I have right now with Dane. But I get it, and I get why he don't say everything, because he's probably complicit in some things that he don't really want to have to take responsibility for.
Because you can't be right, because you can't be that close and that of I created him and not have some part in it.
I know. And listening to him cry, screaming for Aaliyah, being held down. And I peek out the room and I'm looking to the right, and Dame is sitting there, and his I think it was his cousin or maybe some of his people that they were holding him. It was 4 of them. He was trying to get down that hallway, and they were dragging him out, dragging him back. And Beyonce was about to come out on stage, and Memphis Bleak, Aaliyah's dead. That bitch is dead. Beyonce's the queen now, and that's just the way it's gonna be. And fuck anybody. Oh yeah, like a court jester, so happy to proclaim that young woman's death and coronate that god awful sound from the South. You know, that
Somebody
night,
said Mary's in too deep to stop. Go ahead.
That night, that was when it hit me. That wasn't no plane accident.
Oh, come on,
It wasn't no accident. No, there was suspicion.
Okay, got
that
you.
It wasn't. But that's when I knew they got her up out of here.
Yeah.
And it's just watching everyone play the game and pretend. All of those lives, all of these lives that have been sacrificed, that have been moved around, and for what? For money?
Yeah.
That nigga has been responsible for the demise of so many, not just careers, but individuals, destroying their lives. And just, I'll never forget going through the Epstein files, me and my researcher, and we're going through the Epstein files. And when his name came up, I already knew that Charlemagne was going to get on. Oh, yeah, people get mentioned and it's some bullshit. And there was a tip line. It was never this. It was never that. And just want to gloss over it. But when it started talking about how Epstein was looking at Jay-Z as a business model, and how, the people in Brooklyn should have been rioting in the streets for what they were doing with the Barclay.
With the Barclay Center in the middle of the neighborhoods, and nobody was promised work, jobs at the
But the reason why they weren't was because they had him there to keep the niggas in line. And that's his job.
Right.
And, I think people... I just think people like believing in the illusion and in the fairy tale, because that's what he's and that's what he's doing now.
Because it's comfortable. It's comfortable. If I have to undo all my 90s memories and I have to believe
then undo them. Because why? To not be able to accept reality is insanity.
Yep.
It's insanity.
Yep.
So I find it funny, like, people wanting to call me crazy because I'm willing to accept the truth for what it is, as it is. I get it. All of you niggas want to be comfortable.
Yeah.
You want to be comfortable believing in your fairy tales. And you're mad at me because I came through the door with steel-toed Timbs on and I kicked the Santa Claus in his nuts and I stomped out the Easter bunny and then I stole off on the Tooth Fairy and I killed all of your fantasies. I'm sorry, but they're not helping you. It's not. This thing is bigger. It's so much bigger.
It's so much bigger. And if you guys, even on a simple level, can't see now that Clive is gone, as soon as Clive died, Oprah decides to start saying things about Whitney that were not even fucking true.
I know. And why would she do that unless she was doing damage control for Clive Davis? Because when Clive Davis died, everybody started saying, Whitney Houston this, he did this to Whitney Houston, he did that to Whitney Houston. And so here comes Oprah. I used to remember back in the early part of my career, everyone was, oh, you want to get invited to the Oprah show. And then I thought to myself, and I just remember the way she did Tony Braxton so dirty.
Oh, that hurt me watching. That hurt
And
me.
you want to know what hurt me? Watching Tony Braxton sit there and pretend like her feelings wasn't hurt.
That hurt me
Like she
too.
didn't get shitted on. No, but that keeps happening. That's the reality of it. And it's so funny because I'm sitting there and I'm looking. I remember that movie, A Killer in the Bee. And so now watching Keke Palmer as an adult, and I'm like, ooh, little girl, you poor thing.
Yeah.
You poor thing. Like I look at her, I look at Chloe and Haley, and I'm like, I know what they doing to y'all.
Yeah, that's why I said she thinks she's the next, and you're not. They're just.
I know what they doing to y'all.
They won't.
And
Yeah.
it's sad. Like Chloe and because I like Chloe and Haley, but the way they used her to get that little boy DDG in line and had that baby by him, and the way they pimping Chloe and just like it's just weird. And then I found out they're Charlamagne's little cousins.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So there is a connection.
Chloe and Haley are Charlamagne's little cousins. They're all from South Carolina. A lot of people didn't know. They share a grandfather. Him and his connection to Rock Nation, them, the so-called, whatever, Beyonce, and yeah.
And I said, getting back to the Carters, I said, you brought Colin's name up. I'm sorry.
Colin Kaepernick.
You brought his name up, and we weren't even talking about him. So while the Jay-Z stands are like, it was a metaphor. He was saying it, they're trying to explain it away. My thing is,
the ghost of Christmas past is visiting him quite regularly. There was no need for him to mention my name at the Roots picnic.
But a hit dog
always hollers. And
that made me circle back and say, wait a minute now.
I mean, but when I listen to that song, what is it? ADIPT, I think it is, or ADIPTA, with Jay Electronica. I don't know why that nigga ever made no music with him. I have no idea why he made music with him. Totally just destroyed his career. Because Jay Electronica was on his way to really being something, and then he got involved, had a baby with Erica, and then started fucking around with Rock Nation, and but
you know who made it out? There's only one person I know that made it out in the nick of time.
Who?
Ryan Leslie.
Ryan Leslie did slide away, but I don't know if that was all his choice.
Well, you always got a choice, right? When you that close
I
to
know,
dancing
but
with the devil.
I know that he had greater plans. I know he had greater plans, and I think just God spared him. I just wish he had been more honest about the whole Cassie situation.
In what way?
Well, because he tried to make it seem like all of that stuff that happened consensually. Like, oh well, we went our separate ways and she ran off with him, and that wasn't what
Not
it
to
was.
me. He gave me an interview, child, and he said
Oh,
he started crying on air.
I couldn't believe it because they muscled him away from that girl.
Yeah, he said, "Here I am. She was my girlfriend. I was put, he had his Harvard degree or his Yale degree, and he was like, we were working together. I go to Diddy because the deal was supposed to be mine. I wind up leaving New York without my woman."
Straight muscled her, and he knew better because he knew what they was going to do, and he knew what they can do, like everyone else does.
Yeah.
It's just it's wild to watch people pretend like all of this stuff is so one way. Like even the trial, like that trial, it all it did was prove me right.
And that's what I want to know. Do you feel, did people tell you, did you get more following and people circling back saying, wow?
Actually, no, they shadow banned me even harder. They came after me even harder. Um, like people have to fight to find my platforms. A lot of people don't even know because they spend so much time promoting all of the propaganda bullshit
Yeah, that
about
how you
me and then hiding me in. Like if I were the kind of person that was interested in staying online all day, every day, and whatever the case may be, I would probably be like all of my platforms would have probably crossed 1 million subscribers by now. I got modest, humble numbers. I got 300,000 over Instagram. 400 some odd, just under 500,000 over on TikTok. You know, almost 130,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel. We got the other channels. Like we're building it up. I'm trying to make sure that I can maintain a decent base so when I need to get something out there, I can, because that's really what my platforms are for, to warn the public, to give people information. And of course, I need to be monetized because, right, I have to be gainfully employed in some way. I can't, it's against the law to be, homeless, in the United States. I don't know if people know, but that's part of the new rule. If
right,
you're
they're arresting.
homeless,
Yep.
they arrest you and they take you to jail now. So
Yep.
like,
Yep.
you have to be, but when you have people fighting you, like even raising money. I have a nonprofit organization. How am I supposed to get funding if I'm not going to any of these corrupt companies? I have to do crowdfunding. Um, and just, the fight that it is just to get people. I have a GoFundMe. Next thing you know, I got news organizations like EUR Web doing, articles making fun of my GoFundMe, talking about, oh, she needs money. Oh, like, oh, what a laugh. She needs a legal defense fund. Yeah, I do. But they had no problem with running with the bullshit story about me working with Diddy allegedly and being a part of, the essay against Ashley Parham, but nobody wants to talk about the fact that that whole case was fake.
Do tell.
That whole case was fake. Ariel Mitchell Kidd, who has ties to J. Cole, they both went to St. John's together. That's her link to the Jigga Man, who I honestly believe did a whole lot, allegedly, along with law firms like Quinn Emanuel and Reed Smith, creating a bunch of fake cases to make people not believe. So as the cases got dismissed, it would allow people to believe that Diddy wasn't as bad. Like, people don't understand. They were afraid of that Rico hitting. They were
Yeah.
afraid. which is why he came forward and had that liar, Alex Spiro, talking about they were never friends because they had to establish it for the record, because in a RICO case, they come after you and all of your known associates. So I guess they can't be brothers anymore, and the kids can't call him Uncle Jay anymore. You see what I'm saying? Like, nobody's paying attention to that fact. You know, oh, the freak offs weren't real. There were no other celebrities there. She lied. It was just Diddy and his girlfriends. And then the next thing it's just this and it's just that. And she's a liar. She's a liar. Really? I'm a liar? Well, then why didn't the feds actually put on a real case? Because they didn't.
Right.
All those guns that were confiscated, all of the drugs that were confiscated, he didn't get charged with none of it.
Right.
Since when don't the feds charge a black person?
Because it was
gun charges.
Honestly, none of this, they don't really care about any of the violations. They didn't care about Cassie. They didn't care about none of that shit. This was all them putting a black man in his place. And when he came up against Diageo or whatever that liquor company was.
But it was more than that, though. They needed him to take the fall. They needed him to take the fall to be able to save people like the Carters.
Oh, yeah. Who I will
see, that's the part that nobody's paying attention. They had to be able to leave an HNIC to run things.
I see the
ball to protect the Carters, who, in my opinion, ain't got no more power than anything else. Because as far as I'm concerned, the person that's running that whole organization over there is Desiree Perez and her husband, Juan. I believe that after the interview that I did with her daughter. Have you seen that? The series that I did with Demore Hadley about what Desiree Perez did to her?
No, I didn't see that.
Called Defending Your Freedom. Guess what I'll do? When we finish up here, I'll send you the links.
Please do. Because you have so much stuff. I knew the Desiree would come up, but there's so much stuff of you out that it's a lot.
Sweetheart, when I sat down with her daughter, we did a full comprehensive everything, all of the receipts, body cam footage, all of everything. It's all there. What she did. And it's wild because the same thing that happened to her daughter happened to me. The only thing we have in common is that organization. Same thing happened. But see, the government corruption, the collusion, the doctors, the hospital, trying to frame someone as mentally ill, drugging people, doing all kinds of stuff. It's funny, everything that I said on Piers Morgan, people, oh, she's a liar, and it was retracted, and the lawyer, and they were suing her. Ain't nobody sued no fucking body. Alex Spiro made a phone call. I spoke to Piers Morgan's attorney ourselves. There wasn't even a cease and desist. Why not if I was lying?
Because white folks are quick to have it ready.
It was edited out because of the impact. And it also happened right before that lawsuit with that very real victim, that poor autistic woman in Alabama who they gaslit and followed and pressured within an inch of her and her family's sanity. And she never recanted either. She said that Jay-Z was there with Diddy when they did what they did to her all of those years back at that MTV Awards after party when she was only 13 years old. She never recanted. The way they came after Tony Busby, the way they tried to make Shannon Sharp mea culpa by going after Tony Busby, only for him to turn around and settle with that girl. You know, people don't really pay attention. The bad news comes out. The bad news comes out and it gets all of the press, right?
Yeah.
And then the reality doesn't get as much airtime. Now, Juicy just go off and make a fool of himself, going off in whiteface and then, doing all of the stuff that he did at the BET Awards, but nobody remembers that his name was in that lawsuit along with mine. We all asked to be removed. And then guess what? After we all asked to be removed from that lawsuit, guess who decided they didn't want to represent Ashley Parham anymore? The attorneys, Ariel Mitchell Kidd and Sean R. Perez, decided they no longer wanted to be her attorney. And guess what? They had fucked up the case so bad and put so much bad shit in it, no other law firm wanted to pick it up.
Nobody else wanted to get in.
But it was all over social media. This poor girl allegedly was gang essayed out of her mind, assaulted, violated with a remote control, and don't nobody want to get to none of the bottom of that. But everybody wanted to talk about it when my name was in it. But when it came forward that I had an alibi, airtight, nobody wanted to talk about that.
Has anybody?
Why does nobody want to talk about that?
Well, you know why?
Why does nobody want to talk about the fact that they said that I took a Jane Doe and a John Doe, which from my research, I found some interesting information about that Jane Doe and John Doe. One of them is actually on the vexatious litigants list in California. They had tried to sue Michael Jackson God knows how many times. The other one was lying, saying that he was Blanket's father. A mother and a son who essentially run around tanking cases. They get hired, they get paid to do this shit.
That I know. I know.
But they were listed as a Jane Doe and John Doe just to be able to put me in that lawsuit. They lied and said that I trafficked them from Las Vegas to California to force them to witness this so-called terrible crime that I was a part of, and that I was giving out envelopes and passing out money, and I worked for Diddy, and all of this happened on, what was it, like March 23rd, when I was locked away under lock and key in Chicago, Cook County. So tell me something. How did all of that stuff end up in that lawsuit? If it could have never happened.
By design. We already know. I don't know anyone.
Ariel Mitchell Kidd also, her license got suspended this year for lying on Trey Songz in another Diddy shakedown case. Why is she still practicing law? Why did she come after me? Because don't forget, they had her on the same show with me and Vlad on Pierce Morgan, and she was pretending like she wanted to, like she was kind of in support of what I was saying, in support of what I was doing. But remember, she represented Courtney Burgess, and they said that they saw the freak off tapes, and they said that they saw Justin Bieber, and they saw other minors, and they saw this and they saw that, and what happened?
And Bieber ain't been the same since.
What happened? Why did they have to appear at the Diddy trial? And meanwhile, the other good evidence that they had that they could have gotten from Little Rod, whose case is still teeter-tottering along.
Which was a slam dunk.
Why didn't they use any of that evidence in the trial? It wasn't good enough for the trial, but it was good enough to go in Curtis Jackson's documentary for Netflix.
That's why I said what I said. That this wasn't about what they tried to make it seem like it was about.
Not at all. Just like that so-called fucking documentary was sanitized. All of those videos and stuff that they had and all of the stuff that they didn't show. Why edit all of that out if you were really trying to go for the gusto? Oh, I get it. Because it would hurt the industry. And everybody's waiting to see who's going to be next in power when the other guy comes down. Including you, Curtis.
Yeah. Thoughts about that? Like, I feel like he definitely is playing in our face, right?
He's been playing in everybody's faces, for crying out loud. He said that Diddy sent him videos of the freak offs and sent him videos of Cassie, and you never turned any of that over to the fans. Well, we know you know some. We know you know some. Down there in Shreveport, a town that I love very much, where he paid people, and I'm saying it, Curtis, where you paid people to go around, put up all kind of lying ass posts about me on Facebook. I know. I went back home to Shreveport. I talked to people there in the town and said that there was a social media campaign about me lying about everything, saying that I was there abusing my mom and I did this to my son and all kinds of shit. I know you were behind it. Someone told me. Curtis. And do yourself a favor, tell those little podcasters that you have on YouTube, don't make no more videos about me. I found out some things about them. They don't want to end up in jail for messing around with minors. Like, like stop. The stuff that people the stuff that people do, the stuff that people say, and like I said, it's funny hearing people try to call me crazy. If I were lying about anything that I've said, these people wouldn't have to invent lawsuits to try to taint my name. They would have been able to sue me by now.
Right, and just present the audio.
Period.
And that's it.
They created AI videos that nobody will turn over to be authenticated. They put it up and then they get everybody to do a story about it. TMZ was running with fucking lying ass stories about me that they never bothered to retract. Like the way they get to just play with people's names.
And then they do it so much so fast that you can't even respond. You don't even
get a chance. I respond, but they shadow ban your response.
Right. And then you can't get to everybody to show that you have responded, that you do have a defense, that you do have an alibi. That's why I feel like it's so much more comfortable to just go along playing pretend.
It is. It's so much more comfortable, or is it? Because just because you're not being destroyed publicly doesn't mean that they ain't killing you silently.
Yeah, slowly.
It's death either way. I would just rather leave. If I gotta leave here, I want to leave here with my dignity. Like, I ain't gonna be nobody's punk bitch. Like, it is sad.
But you come from, I justify that by saying I come from a different lineage. You come from a different lineage. I know some of you guys' ancestors would never have made it on that Underground Railroad just because. So why should I expect their offspring to be willing to stand up and do the right thing and stand in the fight with me just because you got the same complexion as me? No.
And for me, it's gotten even realer. I don't even expect anybody to stand with me. Matter of fact, like, I started cutting people off years ago, little by little by little by little, because I'm like, I know you ain't got it in you. And I know you'll flip on me. The amount of people that have been paid and encouraged and coerced to inform on me, to lie on me. I've had people get paid to sit on platforms, on YouTube, on TikTok, lying, making shit up. People who've never even met me talking about they have relationships with me. Like that Sean Kelly guy, he had some guy on his podcast. They were sitting there talking about, oh yeah, she's got a podcast. She's making lots of money and she's doing real well. And had this guy lying, talking all of this shit about he had some kind of relationship with me. I don't even know you, dude. I never even met you. That's how easy it is, you know? And what's even sadder is the lawyers that won't help you.
Yeah, man.
The lawyers that will not help you.
We're getting
I've gone to several lawyers and they won't represent me because they're afraid that they'll never have a career because they know once they win, they're in the shit books with all of the other law firms who work for these weirdos.
Right. It
So it's
becomes
like,
conflict. Yep. It's getting back to how it used to be, where you could never get a lawyer to represent you against a doctor or a hospital. It's getting back to we are going
they're all
back.
paid. They're all paid not to, and even they're not being paid directly. The thing is we go to the clerk's office and make sure all of your fucking lawsuits, whatever your firm is doing, we'll make sure that you don't get the right kind of judge. We'll make sure that all your verdicts are fucked up.
And
We'll
they
make
know
sure
that. That's why they're like, so let me just not even take Jag on.
Yeah. You know, so I actually finally found a federal attorney that's willing to represent me, which is why I have a legal defense fund on GoFundMe. And we're trying to raise money. It's really wild. Like we were trying to raise $75,000, and you know the platform said, "Well, you can only. How about you just put it at 16, and then once you reach there, we'll up it and we'll up it and we'll up it." You know, so but
I don't think you're gonna have any problem getting what you need because people are tired.
actually, I am. They're shadow banning it, and they had a bunch of people come out and do interviews. The second that it posted, they had people doing like videos, people, oh my God, she wants to GoFundMe all the money that she made lying on people. She wants money to pay for her lawsuits because she's got lawsuits against her and she's got to pay Brian McKnight. There is no lawsuit with Brian McKnight. Do you know that whole thing was a hoax?
No, but does Brian McKnight have issue with Jaguar, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he does. He has issues with everybody. He wants to sue everybody.
He
But
got
what I
bigger. I was
find,
gonna say he got bigger fucking issues.
he's got much bigger issues. But the thing is what they came after me for, the statute of limitation had already passed.
Ah.
So they weren't filing a lawsuit because they were worried about winning a defamation claim against me. They were trying to get me served. And what do you do when you serve somebody? You get their what? Their address. See, a lot of people use lawyers to locate people under the guise of legitimate legal reasons. And then the next thing you know, somebody gets a hold of your address gets doxxed on the internet, and then people are running through your door.
Right.
It's very, very, very sick. You want to know what's even sicker though? The lawyer that put that case together, that Brian McKnight bullshit ass case.
Yeah.
Guess who else he represented? Ashley Parham, the so-called Diddy victim.
Yeah.
Where I was added to that case. What are the odds?
Of all the lawyers.
That the same lawyer that put me falsely with Ariel Mitchell Kidd in that bullshit Diddy case turns around after my alibi is confirmed and then comes after me for a so-called defamation case with Brian McKnight right after that.
That's not a coincidence. You know that.
For a case that had already passed its statute of limitations to be filed. Same lawyer, Sean R. Perez in Las Vegas. So you came after me once and failed because Ariel Mitchell Kidd is an idiot who doesn't do good research, who spends too much time playing with weirdo YouTubers. So then you come back and you find another case to come after me again. And mind you, all of this stuff happened leading up to the Diddy trial because they were doing their best to try to discredit me as much as possible so people wouldn't rely on the commentary and the information that I gave or see it as fallible or This, that, like they work really, really, really hard. But I might be able to tie Mr. Perez to Rock Nation. And I can understand why they got upset because during the Diddy trial, when they thought that I was going to be worried about Diddy, I was busy interviewing Desiree Perez's daughter
Mm.
about how they tried to frame her husband for sex trafficking and rape and have him thrown in jail because she wanted control and he wasn't going to play along. So she wanted to get rid of him. And when her daughter wouldn't leave him, they threw her in a mental hospital. Baker acted her and then Marchman acted her. Actually had her visited by Homeland Security using AI footage and recordings. She did that to her own daughter. Oh, by the way, did I tell you her daughter's husband is black?
No, you didn't.
The CEO of Rock Nation. A nigga that she can't control, she don't want around. It's funny she keeps Jay-Z around. I guess
Well,
that's a nigga she can control.
right. Well, obviously.
Miss Federal Pardon. Miss Presidential Pardon, her and her husband.
That I knew. All right,
Was
we're
a
gonna play
drug
it.
cartel baby daddy. God bless it. God bless it.
The jokes write themselves.
They do. They do.
I'm
Girl,
gonna
we can do
do.
this forever. But
I know. That's what I said. I want to do a game with you, a rapid fire. I'm gonna say
sure.
one word, one sentence, and you just blurt out what comes to mind.
Okay.
Most dangerous executive.
Dead or alive?
Either.
Clive Davis dead, Leora Cohen alive.
Wow. Most overrated artist.
Sean Carter.
Most underrated artist.
Jaguar Wright.
Who still scares the industry?
Jaguar Wright.
Who's pretending to be innocent?
Everybody.
Who's protecting whom?
Sean Carter is protecting, well, was protecting Diddy and now protecting his organization. Mary J. Blige protecting the organization. Jennifer Lopez protecting the organization. Beyonce, Giselle Knowles Carter protecting the organization. Alicia Keys protecting the organization. Swiss Beats protecting. I mean, I could really go on and on and on and on and on. Everyone.
And who's next?
For
to be the next,
to be on the chopping block?
Yeah.
It's a struggle, but I think it's going to be Mr. Carter.
I could see that. And depending on how things speed up, or 50.
Well, 50 is very slippery.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. He's been smart. He hasn't gotten too close.
Right.
But he's always hovering, waiting for a win. And I don't think he's a valuable asset for information.
Yeah.
He's very valuable. And he doesn't play too hard. He doesn't ball too hard. He's modest. But the way Sean Carter is operating, and I got a feeling that a lot of things are going to start toppling over when it comes to the Epstein files, whether people want them to or not.
Yeah, but
You
Jack, I
know,
feel like the white folks on there, they not gonna. It's gonna go to the Puerto Rican and the niggas that's on there.
well, you know, good,
That's who, and they're not
good,
gonna. Yeah.
good. This country was built on people who wanted to create a narrative for their very, 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 very duplicitous ways of life.
Yep.
You know, my partner always says, he quotes Napoleon, and Napoleon would always say that history is nothing more than a group of lies agreed upon.
Mm.
And it's true. It's very much so true.
So
Uh,
what's the biggest lie ever told about Jaguar Wright?
there's been so many. But I would have to say, I think the biggest lie ever told about me was that I didn't love my family or that I didn't care about my family. That's the biggest lie ever told about me. I loved my family enough to remove myself from my family so that I could do what God asked me to do.
Mm.
Like to be able to find the wherewithal to separate yourself from everything that matters to you just to protect it. That's
And
my
and that you
apologies.
no, and that you've known everything that you've
Um,
known all your life.
yeah, just I don't know. I think I don't know. Like it's hard to say because, like I said, there have been so many lies told about me. I would have to throw in there as well, me being a drug addict. You've known me for a long time. Have you ever known me to be a drug addict? Maybe
No.
a drinker.
I
I
was
could
gonna say,
drink
I
my
know you in
ass
your
off.
cups. I told you back then. I said, Jag, don't come up here when you've been in them cups from the 5 spot.
Yeah, yeah. But the thing is, I let all of that shit go. You know,
Mhm.
it's funny when you start realizing that people are willing to do whatever they have to do to get rid of you. You start looking at all of the points in your life where you're vulnerable, right?
Mhm.
No cigarettes, I don't even smoke anymore.
Good for
I
you.
don't drink anymore. I don't do anything. Like and it's wild, you know. For me, people who know me know I'm not a liar. Like anybody who knows me knows I was the chick that always told the uncomfortable truth. I was honest, you know, beyond. Like, have
Right.
you ever known me to be a liar about
No,
anything?
no. But I also know that it's hard for people. It's almost like smoke and mirrors. If people don't see you, physically see you amongst a group of people, it's easy and comfortable again for them to believe that what you're saying about their favorite person. No, no, it's not true. It's not true.
Have you ever known me to be a clout chaser? Ever?
No.
Have you ever known me to go out of my way to be in pictures with people or to be all up? Like, I was always in the cut. Like, when I showed up, I showed up. I never
Yeah.
even kept much entourage around me.
I feel like you were always about the craft. You were always about
Always.
the yeah, you were always wanting the you were serious about the music and the culture. That's what I that was, you know.
Period. That was it. The rest of the bells and whistles and the baubles and all of that, you could have that shit.
Yeah, you were very grassrootsy. Like, don't call me unless you
Cornball, shooting pool with the fellas,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and the stage, the studio, like that was always it for me. And you know, to a certain extent, if I hadn't been a cloud chaser, you know, there would be more evidence of this, that. But then again, there's so much evidence. Like, even with them trying to scrub things from the internet, you can go and look at the Getty pictures and the images. And that was the funny thing. It was people always knew who I was. I wasn't always running out. You know what I mean? To no, like when we found out, like when we started talking about pun, and I didn't realize that you was that cool with him. You didn't realize that I was that cool with him. And yet we could trade so many stories about how he was. It was very obvious we both knew who he was. You know what I mean? We were both very hurt when he passed away. I didn't run around, you know?
No, yeah, no, nor did I. Because when you know, first of all, who wants to revisit the pain? And number two, who wants to disrespect the legacy? Because Pun was very private and he did
Very
not want
private.
anybody ever seeing him vulnerable. So
Not at all.
me speaking on certain things was, yeah, that would have just been blasphemous.
Like me running my mouth on some candy shit, talking about Gerald Levert. Like,
oh yeah.
me and Gerald were very close. There's a lot of things that, you know, and it's so funny. Oh, she ran around telling everybody business. No, I don't. I
That's
really
what
don't.
I always say. If I told the business that I could tell, niggas wouldn't even keep me around.
At all.
I
At
tell
all.
the stuff that to me really doesn't matter. It's a lot to people that weren't there, but I'm never going to violate that much because, first of all, I was part of it sometimes.
Well, that's why I exposed myself. That's why I was honest about the shit that I was on and the shit that I had done. You know what I mean? Like there's no way, which is why it was so funny when they started inventing stories about me. Cause it's like, God damn it, she even told everything. Shit.
Right.
Let's make this up.
Let's make some shit up. Yeah.
You know, and
who owes you an apology?
Who owes me an apology?
Yeah.
Shit, Philadelphia. The whole fucking city owes me an apology. But mostly the Roots crew. They owe me a big apology. Because once upon a time, I made them niggas real cool and I made them look real good. People wasn't so worried about them. And you can disagree with me all you want. The only thing I ever wanted was for history to be acknowledged. You know, if they hadn't have been so shady when Malik passed away about the way, you know, just if they had just honored him, there's a whole lot of shit that probably would have got skipped over. That I probably wouldn't have said. But the lack of respect for Rich because they had found a spot underneath Jimmy Fallon's taint. The lack of respect for Hub. You know the best parts of that that family that we had, it's gone now. And now to a certain extent, I'm dead too, to all of that. But there's a lot of people that should apologize to me. Like everybody who was around, who knows that I'm telling the truth, that sit there and pretend as if they don't know me or pretend like they don't know. And I get it.
Right. I was going to say, you
need the
understand
system. No, they need the system. They need the system. This is my plight. So it's like, does anybody really owe me an apology?
Do you owe anybody an apology?
Yeah.
Moni Love?
Hell no. I don't owe her shit. I can say that right now. That bitch she owes me an apology still. Because I've been kind to her. With the way she stabbed me in the fucking back, the way she stabbed my family in the back, the way she stood my cousin up for her funeral. So she could go to Chris Lighty's ritual thing that they did. And people still ain't even being honest about the fact that I don't believe that man took his own life. You know, Moni, yeah, nah. I would have rather not even spoke her name at all, then give her that. No, no, I was decent. I was beyond decent. I was understanding. But when I found out some of the shit that she had done in the backdrop, and I get it, because I understand why she do what she do. You want to
Tell
know what
us.
was funny? When Pete Rock hit me up and was like, Jack, I'm glad you got that bitch.
Why did he say that? Why?
Because she had done some snake ass shit to him.
Mm.
She's done some snake ass shit to a lot of people. I'll tell you one story. I'll give you one story that'll let you maybe help you understand. It was when she came to Philadelphia and then she lost her job at the radio station and she was dealing with that nigga, that little nigga, after Chris Webber, played in her face. Um, I'll never forget one night she called, she owed me some money. I had loaned her some money so she could get her passport because she needed to go to London for family business or whatever. And she had been promising to pay me back, whatever the case may be. And I'm like, I'm not tripping about it because she had the kids. And then she had this little nigga who wouldn't work. So essentially, she was dating a guy that was 15 some odd years younger than her. She was almost old enough to be his mom. She decided to have a baby with him. My cousin do a baby shower. Like when her own family wasn't even looking out for her. My family was looking out for her. But she had hit me up one night, said, I got your money. And I'm like, okay. And she was on food stamps at the time. So I came and I picked her up because I told her I was about to make dinner for my kids. And she was like, yeah, well, just come on over and get it, because I want to get you your money before I pay the bills. And I don't want to fuck around and still be owing you next month. And I'm like, all right, I'll come. So she needed to go to the ATM, and the ATM was at the supermarket. And so I took her there. And the next thing you know, I'm sitting out in the parking lot for over an hour and some change. Mind you, I'm supposed to be cooking dinner for my kids. Hour some odd goes by. She comes out. I think she was even short like $20. She had went grocery shopping. While she was in there to go to the ATM, she went grocery shopping while I'm waiting. I got my kids at home. I was cooking dinner. But she needed me to come. So I left and made my kids wait to have their dinner that I was planning, that I was cooking. Because she needed me to come and da-da-da-da. But she didn't tell me she was going grocery shopping. If I had known that that's what it was going to be, I would have told her, hey, let me finish cooking for my kids. And once dinner is done, then I can come and I can take you grocery. All she had to do was ask. You didn't have to hustle a ride to go grocery shopping. Especially when you had a BMW that you couldn't drive because that little nigga that you got pregnant with fucked your car up. You didn't have no registration. And your tags was looking janky. Like, you don't do that to a friend, do you?
Unless she just said, while I'm in this store, let me grab a few things.
No, it wasn't a few things. I said she went grocery shopping. The bitch came out with a fucking card.
Shut up, Jag. All right, moving on.
Wait a second. I get her home. Like I said, I think she even shorted me like $20. I wasn't tripping. On my way back, it was just starting to get dark. I popped a tire. So now I'm out on the street. My kids are still waiting, and I gotta wait for repair to tow the AAA people. I call her and ask her if she could order something and have it sent to the house for my kids because they were waiting for me to get back to eat. Oh, well, I ain't got no extra money. And I'm like, I'm out here in the street. I came out here to help you. And now I'm sitting out here waiting in the middle of the street. Can you at least do that for me? well, and I did it just to check and see what she would do. And she was like, well, just stay in the car, be safe. Bye. I got to get the kids something to eat. So now your kids are eating before mine. What? That's how you do a friend? And no, you've never heard this story. I've never told it before. And guess what? I got like 10 other stories like that of how she fucked over me and the people that I brought into her life to look out for her when the industry forgot her when she came to Philly and she lost her job at the radio station. And she was sitting there trapped in that house with that little nigga while the cops was coming every other fucking week because they was in there fighting and doing all kinds of stuff, terrorizing her children. It was my cousin that threw her baby shower when nobody else would, not even anybody from the radio station. And she didn't even show up at my cousin's funeral. And when my cousin died, she still owed her $3,500 because she gave her money for school clothes and for school supplies for her children while she had that nigga from Logan.
The way you say nigga is
sitting over there doing nothing while she's writing down the serial numbers on his condoms. So when he went out, she could prove that he had cheated on her. This is the kind of shit she ain't going fucking on. So
she won't be getting any apology. Okay, I get it.
I don't think I owe her any apologies.
I get it.
If anything, I think she owes me an apology. See, the reason why she got what she got was because I caught her sitting over there with that weirdo fucking Talib. And she already knows what kind of fucking piece of shit he was and how they put him up there to come out and play on my motherfucking name before I had to fucking cancel his fucking ass down. And then she want to sit over there, Shluminati fucking dick sucking. So since you want to be over there with them niggas, bitch, be over there with them fucking niggas.
Okay, now I get it. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
there's always something behind something. Yeah.
She played too much. She been playing too much. She even left, when she left Philly, she went down to Miami and she played on the people that I introduced her to down there.
Oh, hell. What?
Yeah. And she took that nigga with her. Talking about, oh, she's hoping that the change will do them good and maybe he'll stop cheating on her. In fucking Miami? Are you serious?
Stupid.
You couldn't get this nigga to be faithful to you in Philly, and you think something's gonna change in fucking Miami where everybody's naked? Good luck, bitch. Good luck. So
she married
for real.
She married somebody. I don't know. I
hope it's not him.
I don't think it was. I hope it was. I don't know.
I hope it's not him because he was a mess.
Yeah, I remember because, and I don't know if it's the same guy, but one of them would drop her off at the radio station and take
the little boy from Logan. Yeah, take the BMW and fuck her car up all the time. You remember the car was in and out of the shop all the time back then. Fucking
and
around
not come
with
back
him.
to get her on time. He would not come back to get her on time.
Ever. Because he was running around with bitches.
And I think he was trying to be an MC too.
Oh, no, he wasn't trying to be. That's what he said he was. And that's why he didn't have a job, because he was focused on his career, because the only other thing he knew how to do was sell pharmaceuticals on the street corner, which would get him locked up. So she needed to take care of him. That was after Chris Webber played in her face with Tracy Ellis Ross over there at the King of Prussia Mall. That nigga stole her phone number out of somebody else's phone and just started blind calling her. And she had a baby with that dude. She was pregnant in less than 90 days.
I've made poor choices in men too. I've made poor choices in men too. So I can't even sit here.
So have I. And I'm going to tell you something right now. I own all of my shit. I don't run around pretending. Oh, by the way, that Danny Lynn person, she's a stalker.
In here?
Yeah, the real Danny Lynn person that you just pulled up, she's a stalker. She's one of my biggest stalkers.
Now, Danny Lynn. She answered the question already, Danny Lynn.
No, she's coming here to gaslight.
Oh, yeah, no.
She's supposed to be from Philly. She has multiple sclerosis. You would think that somebody with her kind of health issues would spend more time worried about herself than worried about me. But, you know, I guess that's her job. I think she supposedly knows Amir from the Roots or something. And she's friends with Talib Kweli's remainder wife, EQ.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would you owe anybody an apology, you think?
My supporters.
Oh.
My supporters. The people who follow my music, who miss me putting out projects and being out, playing the clubs, performing, stuff like that. Somebody say, yes, you are a stalker, Danny Lynn. Thank you. I'm glad somebody else knows. She sits around on YouTube. She's like moderates. She's a weirdo. Like she's a real weirdo. She goes through all of my contact list on Instagram and reaches out to anybody who that she can get in that doesn't have a private account to lie on me and say crazy things about me, or to see if somebody doesn't like me and be willing to come on YouTube and tell terrible things about me and shit like that. Yeah.
Wow.
It's wild. Yeah,
It is.
she's been doing this now for 5 years.
No, Danny Lynn.
Yeah. She should take up macrame or crochet. No, me and Tokyo Tony have not been in communication. I don't have no problems with her. I can't bang with her. She too much. I wish the best for oh, salute to you, sweetheart. I wish the best for her and her daughter though, and I wish the best for little Angie and her kids. North Philly, but I lived all over the city.
So go ahead.
People get on people go online. So she's not from Philly. Philly don't claim her. You was in Philadelphia. Who was I in Philly?
What? Every morning, Jay Black was like, "What? That right there is not true." Like, yeah, that's some silliness you just can't even regard.
I don't pay attention to it, but it's funny because these are the narratives that they run. They like to run their narratives. Salute my that's one of our members over on the Jaguar Right Effect, my channel over there. Would Josie consider doing a song with me? Me and Josie could do whatever.
I absolutely would. I love to sing, and you sing down.
Child, look, I'm getting old, but
what
I
are your thoughts?
it.
What do you? I know you do, because once you got it, and once you got it the way you have it, it doesn't go. It's muscle memory. What are your thoughts about Nolan Wells and how they're covering up, and the woman just deciphered the audio? She took out all the noise.
See, that was important because I was about to start reviewing that today. I mean, I think the Nolan Wells situation is just another psyop, unfortunately. I don't like the way they're politicizing it. I think that there just needs to be more pressure on why the Emmy is withholding the information. Like, it's Mississippi.
Yes.
It's Mississippi.
You can't expect nothing more.
This is the funny thing. My son died in the South. My son died in Texas. So I know how Southern law enforcement play. My heart goes out to the family. It really does. But I think they play too much in the media. I think they should have fell back. I don't think they should have done as much as they've done because it's not helping. Ben Crump, all of that, like, I think it's just too much. Because I don't know what anyone thinks Mississippi is going to do.
Because there's too much. They're all of those people, those justice people, they're all in cahoots. Because I didn't lie and got your son out of some shit. You didn't lie and got my son into the school he wanted. And we all
or maybe this is what we let happen. You know what I mean? To certain people, and we let it fall to the wayside. Like, good old boy network is good old boy network. Like, the only thing you can do is catch them lying and expose the lie. But until you have that, no, I do not. By the way, to the comment on the screen, no, I do not.
a relationship with kindred family.
I have no relationship with anybody that's attached to the Roots crew at all, any way, shape, or form, or that's attached to any of that. Like, I walked away from everyone in the industry.
The question is, does she still have a relationship with Kindred, the family soul?
And that's crazy because once upon a time we used to be very close, but if you still rock, like, that's a complicated situation too, which I will not discuss. It's not necessary, you know. I do wish them the best though, and I hope that the children flourish. You know,
Yeah,
and
how
shout
old
out
are
to
the kids now?
grown.
Are they singing?
Huh?
Are they singing?
Well, I know that Akil was working on his, their oldest son was working on his career, I believe, coming out of Morehouse. And I had heard some stuff, like, loosely. I pay attention. I don't like to get too sentimental.
Yeah, gotta move
because
on.
it's pointless.
Yep.
But you know, sounded good. So I wish, like, I really do wish people well. Like, I don't wish hell on everyone. I don't. But it is what it is.
And you know what? I mean, look, everybody goes through their stuff, and sometimes you just outgrow situations. It's not.
Well, it's not even just outgrow. It's just, I remember once upon a time when they came for that family and they came for that couple, and I stood up for them and I backed them and I protected them, and they didn't feel the need to do the same for me.
Ah.
See what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things that I don't discuss. And it's
Gotcha.
cool. When you got as many children as they have, you got to put your family first. And I got that. You know, but what I do know is there is no loyalty to what they chose to have loyalty to. So I wish them all the best.
Yeah.
Because they're just going to keep screwing you over. You know what I mean? When you've been assigned a certain position, that's the position that you got. You ain't leveling up from there. They're going to keep you right there.
Yeah.
So, you know, and to a certain extent, they have my sympathy as well. There's a lot of people that have my sympathy.
Well, I mean, do you feel like the R&B girls from the, I don't know if you consider yourself 90s or 2000s, but do you feel like you have
late 90s, early 2000s? Yeah.
Do you feel like you have relation with them, that you can call on them and they would, you know, do shows with you and stuff like that?
There's probably one or two that I would consider, but even now, because I know who they got to do business with, I'm not going to do business with who they doing business with.
Well, I'm only asking this because
you know that's what happened to Angie.
Oh, well. So are we believing that she didn't die in the actual truck, but was sitting outside?
I saw the truck. I have pictures from inside the truck.
Tell me what you saw.
There was no blood.
They said she died outside waiting for help, that a truck ran her over outside the truck.
I don't believe that.
That was her fight against Universal, trying to get her money and her royalties and what they were owed,
and
what was owed to her.
The second that she called out Clive Davis, in less than 30 days, she was gone. She was also sending shout outs to me, asking me to come and sit with her and have conversation with her right around that time. The mortgage, they got her with the mortgage. And then she took that tour. The way they sent people and camped around me when I started looking into that Stone Paxton guy who was supposed to go out on the road with her and left her and never showed up, and she died out there. It created all kinds of disinformation. The Angie Stone sector on YouTube doing more disinformation than good and trying to find a way to wrap me up in it to make me look like I was crazy and on some kook mission.
So was D'Angelo a casualty too, you think? Because that just was too ominous and too eerie and too close.
I don't know, but he had stomach cancer. That's what they say. That happened real fast.
That's what I say. It was
real fast.
Yeah.
Especially after they had planned for him to be at the Roots picnic with the Roots. And he was running around with the Jigga Man and I don't have any evidence. I don't know anybody that has any evidence. But what I saw wrapped around what happened with Angie Stone, that tour that they put her on, where she died, how she died.
Okay.
That autopsy report, where did shrapnel come from? I don't know.
All right. Who's
They're not
storming
being
home?
honest though. Okay, somebody asked me why did I have a falling out with that weirdo? I didn't have a falling out with that weirdo. That weirdo ambushed my life and lied on me and put out AI content that he is still refusing to produce so it can be properly examined to see if it was true. And that wasn't the first time he pulled that stunt on me. And let's not forget, he was mentored by Trashy K, a woman who was sued for lying and has still yet to pay.
So clearly you and her are not cool.
Oh no, she's come after me. Like a good
Do you know her?
series.
Y'all know each other?
I interviewed with her once when she came after me on behalf of Alicia Keys. Yeah. You know, Alicia Keys, so Swiss's mom is a doula. And that's who delivered her son that she got over there in Africa because I don't know if she's still allowed to be around her kid.
Who? Alicia? What?
Tasha. Trash. Yeah.
But she said she sent the baby over there because she didn't want the baby to be privy to the things that she was being hit with.
I'm sure after she got that home visit from CPS. I'm the one that sent the footage of what she was doing at her house and airing on her Patreon around small children. I sent the footage to CPS. She's going to send people at me forever. But after the way she came after me and my family, I owe her no allegiance. And when I see people putting children in harm's way, I report them. Especially
so someone
when
said
online.
your son met with her?
Yes. He was sent to go and sit down with her. Yes.
And did he tell family business or did he make things up?
Well, I discussed things with my son and I talked to him about it. And, you know, it wasn't the first time that it happened. His father had forced him to sit down with her before. You know, my ex-husband is still cool with the Roots and the Jigga Man and all of them. You know, he worked at Ralph Lauren.
Okay.
You remember?
Okay.
So, yeah. And there was a lot of things that were said. There's a whole conversation that I had with my son over a year ago that's on my YouTube channel in my membership. It's a private conversation with me and my son that I published and made available so people could hear him say for himself that they had altered the content, that they had AI, the things that were inflammatory that was said, he did not say.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, it really doesn't even matter to me. I think what they were expecting though was for me to get out of my body and oh my God, and he lied on me. Oh, like
And they ain't get
she
none of
don't
that.
no, I didn't. I just said if I hear anything about it, if I see anything from it and I hear any lies, I'm suing him and her. And it's just that simple. I haven't listened. I haven't bothered. I don't pay it any attention.
Good for you.
I know what it is.
Right. I was gonna say because you're too far in this thing that to start. You don't even have the luxury of paying attention.
Not to the bullshit. Not when I know it's fake. And
Right.
you know, I have a relationship with my son. It's nobody's business what that relationship is or what we talk about. But there have been times where, oh, somebody put replay on this. Amazing. Oh, so, yeah, but people, I make public what needs to be made public, and people can go and see what they need to see for themselves. You know, the thing that trips me out is how sensationalized people were about passing around what was supposed to have been a young man disrespecting his mother, who had went to jail for his mother and done everything to protect and to save and to take care of him. You know what I mean? So like when you got people that like sensationalizing the breakdown, like they did with Monique and her son.
Yes.
I happen to know for a fact that that boy was gaslit and encouraged to go against her like that. That was all done intentionally. And it all happened when? Right after the Shannon Sharp episode, right after Cat Williams, like they do stuff like this. And more importantly than that, I don't understand how people pay attention to a so-called content creator who's been convicted of lying.
Because people like to believe the story. They like to believe they want to continue the fantasy that they've been raised to believe.
But you got to ask yourself a question. See, for me, if I bust you and you get caught telling lies and you get caught making up evidence and you get caught doing all kinds of weird shit, from that point forward, you're invalidated to me.
And that is why I'm no longer in a marriage.
From that point forward, I'm not paying any attention to you, which is why I thought it was kind of weird when they started announcing that she had some deal with Wendy Williams Radio. I was like, that's kind of like really disrespectful to Wendy, because the one thing that I remember about Wendy, because I had an interview with Wendy on the radio when she was in Philadelphia. She interviewed me when my first album came out. I was, 7 months pregnant with Sam? And she had a cold. Wendy didn't run with lies. She didn't run with lies. She wouldn't run with a story unless 95% of it was absolutely verifiable. She would take that little, but she didn't play around like that. So to me, it's like trying to legitimize this weirdo, this chick who used to work at Red Lobster, who has no talent at all, who they keep trying to say is a comedian. The only thing funny about her is her face. Like, I don't get it, but I understand these people, like these constructs, they need people that they can get out there that are willing to lie and spin narratives and lie on people and lie on people and lie on people, because that's what she does.
That gets expensive.
Huh?
I said that gets expensive.
I mean, it can get expensive to a certain extent, but she's being protected. And when I look into, because I'm looking into her and I'm starting to find out that there are a lot of parallels between her and Whack 100.
Okay.
And WAC 100, the former inmate turned Mr. Exposer information. Like there's a network that I'm researching right now. You know, it's so funny because now everyone wants to talk about this kid Ronnie Doe again. Him and Krishan Rock and what happened with him. There's a lot of YouTube and a lot of WAC 100, and apparently WAC 100 was able to find out within minutes in LA that that young man had died, and they said that Vlad is the one that told him. Why would Vlad care about some kid dying in Baltimore? Why would he know? In his lovely life in Calabasas, why would he be worried about what's happening in the streets of Baltimore?
Why do you think?
Zeus is a very, very, very dirty construct.
But before Zeus, everybody was telling me to stay away from Vlad. They said that Vlad is a plant, that he's a this and he's a that.
In my opinion, I believe he is. The way he lied on me, the way he sat up there on Piers Morgan and lied on, I would never have her on this. I would never have her. She's not credible. She's not credible. Oh, he's sitting there yelling and screaming. I guess he thinks the red of his face gets the more honest it appears, but it really doesn't. You look like a beat. But I was able to come back and show the email that his producer sent me asking me to be on the show. I never responded.
Reached out to me once and asked me to do interviews and stuff, and it never went anywhere. But before I could even start doing the interviews, people were telling me, "No, Jonesy, don't make your comeback. Start up with that guy because something about
He's, in my opinion, he's a part of the monitoring system. Too many people end up in bad situations after they sit with him anyway. And in my opinion, if you go and you sit with him, there are people that will be watching you from that point forward.
Let me say something.
I don't think this is giving them that.
Mrs. Pisces, your comment, did I do my research on this liar? Don't come and insult my guests by calling them liars, because this is free. This is free market for you to leave, but please don't do that.
Wow.
I'm
a horrible parent and a washed up D-list
singer. But we're not doing that here. So I wanted to address this before I kick you out of the thing, because that's not what this is for.
No, but number one, I know who this is. This is another one of those people that hangs around with that Danny Lynn person.
Yeah, but then don't bring that bullshit here. You and Danny Lynn both. Don't bring that to Jonesy. Don't bring that to Jonesy.
No, it's just funny. Was I a D-list singer? I mean,
but they say the same thing. They say the same thing about me when I'm touching nerves. They always want to call me, "Oh, you're not even on the list. Oh, you're this, you're that." Okay, all right.
No, It's just funny because what I do know is this. You
don't bring that shit here.
You don't get to do the shows that I've done and be a part of the projects that I've been on the D list.
You ain't got to explain. This is where it goes wrong.
But it's just funny though, because if that were true, most of my resume wouldn't exist. That doesn't happen for people that are that far down. It just doesn't happen.
But how about this? Why are you here? If someone's here that you don't approve of and that you think they can't sing and they have this and that going on, then you could have just exited right on out. You said that.
No, but this is what's funny. Look at how it starts. Did you do your research? How long have we known each other?
Yeah, I lived it.
You want to know what's even funnier?
The young kids do research. I don't have to do fucking research. I lived it. The young kids do research because y'all wasn't there. I was there.
When you called me and you were very, you came with your professional. And what did I say to you? We know each other.
Right. And I said, and still, it's been a while, so I have to be respected in the space because I don't,
And you were, and I appreciated that, but that's why I stopped you right there. It's like, we know each other.
That's why we're not doing this. That's why we're not doing that. because I invited you here. So that's why I just wanted to say that before you're like, oh my God, how did I get kicked out? That would be
Oh
me.
no, listen to me. That's one of Danny Lynn friends. So I guess
Oh,
Danny Lynn can't comment anymore without looking because everybody called her out. So they tapped this one in. Like I told you, there's a whole crew of these people, and they're all attached to Tasha K. All of them.
Dana said, where do all these folks come from? Exactly.
From the
I'm
pit
like,
of hell. From the Wino crew inside Tasha K's Patreon. Or, some other person. I won't even say.
they said if Jag is D, who's A?
That part. But it's cool though.
Wow.
It's cool though.
Thoughts on Jason Lee? Are you good with him
Oh
or
God,
not?
no, I don't mess with that demon.
Okay, all right, moving on.
I don't mess with that demon.
Okay, moving on.
He's so divisive. He is so divisive. And I wish people would do more looking into what he's doing in Stockton with those young children. I wish more people would look into that.
Okay.
I don't trust him at all. I mean, but to me, he's no different than Charlemagne. Like he lives in that world. Like it was really interesting looking at his red carpet for the last Hollywood Unlocked. But he's attached to a lot of people. And the way he went after that mother, the mother of those children that Ari Spears and Tiffany Haddish did what
Did
they
that
did.
video, that little scripted scene that caused Tiffany Haddish her.
Yeah, well, I mean, I read the lawsuit.
Well, we all saw the video.
I know, but I read the lawsuit.
Anything that we need to know that we couldn't see for our own selves that was in the lawsuit?
The simple fact that Ari Spears asked her to procure children that he could use for these skits. And it's not just the video. It's what they did to the sister, because that boy was 7 at the time. His sister was 14. They took her down to the Laugh Factory, and Tiffany Haddish had her simulating fellatio on a Subway sandwich while they filmed it. Yeah.
I don't like
it was more, yeah, but 2 children from the same family. And then they got Jason Lee to go after her while Sean Holly did everything that she could do to keep the truth out of the public eye. It's a shame. As hard as she works for people who hurt children, you would have thought she could have done a better job for Tory Lanez. You know? But these lawyers, these hitmen, it was so funny because it all started clicking when I found out that she also represented Diddy.
I don't know that Tiffany ever rebounded after that situation, that lawsuit.
Well, she's trying, she's running around doing what she's doing, and they're trying to help her, I mean, I'm sure
a little, because Kevin could have put, I didn't watch 72 Hours, but I see that Tiana Taylor's in it. He could have put Tiffany Haddish in it. So you see, he's even trying to separate himself.
He don't bang with her like that, and the only reason she was on that day is for that god-awful roast was, I think, because of Chelsea Handler, because, Chelsea Handler handles Kevin's career and Tiffany's. So, I mean, but it's honestly, I don't think she deserves another shot. Like, I gave her the opportunity to come and sit with me because she was supposed to be going through the lawsuit with me to get a better understanding on why they let the Black woman take all of the heat but did nothing to Ari Spears or David Spates, who was the person who filmed and edited that foolishness.
Okay, and he is always the one that put the shit together. Like, I won't even go into the Tsunami song thing.
But David Spates, after I started speaking about it, right before Diddy got arrested, when Tiffany Haddish came into my life trying to pretend like she wanted to have a friendship, but she was just trying to line me up. You know, really weird stuff. Like when I went to go see her at a Taste of Soul,
Mm-hmm.
her booth, her She Ready booth, or whatever the case may be. I went to go see her there. There was this really interesting moment. It was a gaslighting moment, and I ended up having to leave. A woman was coming at me, yelling, hollering, screaming. There was a bunch of cameras around. I'm like, and then she
Oh
wanted me to
wow.
come. Yeah. And then she kept calling, like she called me, oh, will you come out with us tonight? We want you to, we're going to a male stripper review. And I want you to, I was like, girl, I'm good. I don't do all of that. Like, no, you should come. You should really come. And I'm just like,
No thanks. Get me once. Shame on
I'm
you.
like, you know, and then next thing you know, she started, her legal problems right after Diddy got arrested started working their way out. And, you know, wish her all the best over there in Atlanta because, you know, she got her case coming up for that DUI when she ended up drunk on somebody's lawn in a car. I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with the guilt because those children are never going to be the same. Never gonna be the same. Now, I don't beef with anybody. I'm too old to be beefing with anybody, especially not trash or what I consider to be trash. I don't bang with that, not at all. Yes, Tiffany did visit me a while ago, and I tried to give her the opportunity to explain some things, but that's not what she wants. She wants to be a part of that. Like she wants to be a part of the system. And if you see what happened, like those kids are probably going to be in therapy for quite some time. How do you strip down a 7-year-old child and put them naked in a tub with someone that they don't know while they're sitting there playing with them and they're crying? And all you do is give them $100 bills and tell them to shut up and stop crying because you're trying to help them. You know, there's a problem with that.
I didn't like that either.
There's a problem with that. And her not wanting to have the people who orchestrated it really, like all of these people should be on they should be on the registry.
How can
It
we
should not.
support your fund?
I'm on GoFundMe, just Jaguar Right Legal Defense Fund, or you can go to my website and any donation methods, whatever the case may be. You know, I have a
What's the
nonprofit
website?
organization.
There might be new people here.
TheJaguarRight.com. But
This was
all hyperlinks to everything. Right now, I ask everyone, please make sure that you're keeping up with my outlets, the Jaguar Right Show on YouTube, or you know, the Jaguar Right Effect on YouTube, which is our main community channel where I do a lot of my content. Y'all know I'm at Jaguar Right here, Jaguar Right over on TikTok, Jaguar Right on, you know, everything. But yeah, please donate. We are a small journalistic crew, you know, media crew, pulling ourselves together, trying to get the truth out there. But right now, between the David trial, because that is the D4VD trial.
Why is it? So what side of this are you on?
What do you mean?
I feel like if he truly is responsible for murdering that girl, why did it take so long? Because all the evidence has been pointed. I don't know if it was pointed or if it actually points to him. But he, like, you know how they do us. So why hasn't he been tarred and feathered yet?
In my opinion?
Yes, Jack.
Because he didn't do it alone. Because there are a lot more people responsible.
Because that was too elementary. I'm like, and he's still walking around working?
Well, to a certain extent. I mean, he was forced to come off the tour. You know,
Yeah,
he
but
lost a
that was
couple of his
after.
endorsements.
That was way after. That was way
They
after.
just released music on him, and they released some foolishness called "I Did It," just like they did with R. Kelly when R. Kelly got
And
sent away. You remember when they did the "I Did It" R. Kelly thing back in
and I
2022?
and I
They just did
remember.
it with him. It's so insensitive and so tasteless. Like it's kind of crazy. But in my opinion, I think they're letting it go down this way because they're trying to protect something greater. And the something greater that I think is a child pedophilia ring, human trafficking. That's what I think. You know, it just was made public that the parents knew, right?
Yeah, someone just said her parents knew about the relationship.
Yeah. And that it was confirmed that she had been pregnant by him.
Mm.
She died at 14. She didn't even make it to 15. She died at 14. She met him online in a video game chat room. The relationship continued in Discord. He had been grooming her since she was 12 years old, at least. She might have actually first engaged him when she was 11, going on 12. Now, the simple fact that her parents gave permission for her to get on a plane from Los Angeles and follow him to London while he was working is insane. But I'm going to be going live about this on YouTube probably later today for my Tuesday Tea Talk.
Make sure y'all watch that. We got the link right here. So take a snapshot, whatever. Y'all probably already know. But how you letting a child? First of all, I wasn't even letting my kid sit at the bus stop if the bus was not there on motherfucking time. I pull up in my car and sit beside him and be like, well, we gonna see.
I think it's time for them to start doing some investigation on her family's financials. I think they need to be looking over all of their financials over the course of the past 3 years. Have. But the thing that's bothering me is he was working in London. You already know, as an entertainer and a person who's done international performance, you know I was always overseas.
Mm-hmm.
A visa for a child, they have to have documentation of who's going to be receiving that child when she lands.
Right,
Not
right.
only that, when you go international travel, especially if you don't have family there, you have to have record of who they're going to be with, what hotel you're going to be staying at, if they're a part of a production or a company, like all of that. It has to be there on that visa paperwork before she's even allowed to get on the plane. So if he was over there touring and that child was sent over there to be with him and it was him and his team receiving her, that would mean that the management company, the tour management company, everyone knew.
Yep. Come on, Aaliyah. How many times we got to see the story play out?
Now, once again, you just said something very important. Aaliyah didn't die because of her relationship with R. Kelly. There's plenty of men who take advantage of young girls and they just throw money at the situation. But to get rid of her the way they got rid of her, you're trying to keep something else. She said she was going to blow the whistle. What was she going to blow the whistle on? Are we sure it was just the relationship? Or maybe it was some other things attached to it. The manner in which she was taken out, the manner in which she was lured, like they're sitting there saying that, oh yeah, well, self-defense, they're trying to create a self-defense narrative and this, that, and third, and whoopty whoopty woo. Number one, he was a grown adult. She was a little girl. She wasn't even 100 pounds. She wasn't even 90 pounds. How are you scared of somebody that's not even 90 pounds? Did she come with the knives to do it to herself? Like, they talking all kinds of crazy. What I do know is this. He sent an Uber. If she was threatening to kill him and he was worried for his safety, why would you send an Uber to get her all the way in Lake Elsinore and bring her over an hour drive to you if you were so worried about? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That don't make no sense. If this little girl is talking crazy and I'm gonna kill you and I'm gonna do this to you and I'm gonna do that to you, then why did you send for her to come
Right.
to you? It sounds like you would want to keep your distance if you thought she was this little 72-pound little girl was so dangerous.
Such a threat, right?
And there's been other chit chatter that she's traveled back and forth to Mexico. What I do know is that the industry has done a lot to try to pretend like they don't have anything to do with human trafficking and the sacrifice and the abuse of children. And they also don't like people like me who talk about how they use music videos, how they use tours to move people around and do certain things because I witnessed it for myself.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you have this whole situation with David, and nobody's looking at the label. Nobody's looking at the entertainment company. Nobody's looking at the management because there's no way they didn't know. Not if she's being flown overseas to spend time with him while he's on tour. All these things have to be documented. There's no way that they would have let her in.
Yep. Somebody knew something, and
Everybody knows
they're trying to clean their hands before they actually give us the streets need body of the body.
So exactly. So once again, that's why I believe it's taken so long, because they needed to get their story together. That's why they went through the problems with the problem of this whole preliminary hearing, trying to see if they could force it away from having to go to trial. They're doing everything that they possibly can do, because the truth is, other people should be implicated. And if her parents aren't charged, that's really going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Because at this point in time, they should be charged.
Yeah, absolutely. That's negligence. That's
they should be charged.
Negligence at the very least. And I don't know if they were.
That's number one. She was reported a runaway for over a year, yet she had been going back and forth, home, back and forth, and y'all never bothered to contact the authorities and let them know that she was no longer missing. Why would you have your child reported a missing child for over a year, and yet she had been back and forth to the house on several occasions? The neighbors saw her. There's video of her arguing with one of the neighbors. She was leaving, going back and forth, back and forth. Why didn't you resolve the fact that she was no longer missing if you knew where she was? What parents do that?
Listen, I can't get the white people to stop calling me about my son being late. So
the only way that happens,
right,
if people are paid to look the other way.
This is gonna
money.
be
That's
big
money.
Bigger than we know. This is gonna be my last question, my sister. Sure. And I've enjoyed you so much. And you are so entertaining and so funny, and your stories give such perspective, especially on the past, because we were there. I say the women were there too.
Yeah.
If Jay-Z's legal team invited you into a room tomorrow with lawyers, security for you could bring your own security, cameras, and one opportunity, what evidence would you present first?
I wouldn't do it.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it. What evidence would I present first? See, that's tricky because my evidence are people.
Mm.
And after what just happened with that Diddy trial, it's kind of hard for me to convince people. Because, see, that's the thing. I would have to bring
The actual, yep,
evidence.
yep, yeah, and they're too compromised.
They're still alive. I'd like to keep it that way.
Jaguar,
crazy. No, but it's crazy. No, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. Because I think that's the thing that really pisses people off about me the most. That I've been able to do as much damage as I've done without having to give up the people that I've been protecting.
Mm.
They want those people.
So they can keep doing their shit uninterrupted.
I mean, there's already one person that I know that they compromised and I know took money. And I wish that person all of the best. I do. I get it. I hope you know that. I understand why you made that compromise and I get it. I just don't respect it.
Is it someone we know?
Yes. It's definitely someone you know. And I get it. I do. But I don't respect it.
Is it a she?
I wish I could say that without it being
obvious.
But it's something that we can talk about offline.
Okay.
I get the fear. No, I do. I get the fear. I understand. Like, I get it. I don't respect it. Because if you actually think they're finally going to give you a real shot at anything, you're wrong. They're not. A cameo here, a red carpet there. You'll be forgotten in 18 months. Mark my words. They're just doing what they got to do to appease you and to make it look good. And I think you know that because I know you're watching. And even if you're not watching, I know this is going to get clipped. And I know somebody's going to make sure that you see it. We all do what we have to do. I just hope I don't see a in memory of post of you anytime soon. Because what you're trying to hide, it's going to come out one way or the other.
The incomparable Jaguar Wright, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I appreciate you for you. Jaguar Wright, everybody. It was fun for us. You're such a great storyteller. Thank you.
You know, I just try to keep it real and I try to keep it relatable. And I know that a lot of the things that I say people have a hard time accepting, but I share them because people need to understand how these things really work so that they're not fooled.
Yeah.
Because it's the trickery. It's the trickery.
And it's comfort. And people like comfort. They don't want to be taken out of their routine and out of what they were raised working towards. Oh, if I do this, I'm going to get that. And oh, if I work hard, I'm going to get that. And now here the fuck we are.
It never pans out the way you want it to. Because when you are dealing with this system, they will always come back. Whatever they give you, they're going to take more.
Yep. That I know.
That's no lie. That's no lie. Love you, babe.
Love you back, sis. Be safe out there. Jaguar Wright, everybody. Jaguar Wright. Lene Vanta Entertainment said, Jaguar, you are not a champion of women and you full of shit. You said I was an agent. All right. I don't think she ever said she was a champion of women. You get your ass up here, Giddy.
That was a great interview. I was full helping Kim because we had some people.
Of course. Well, she said people were going to come.
Yeah, we had some people. But it was a great interview. Everybody got to say their truths. And people have to realize that. Just because you don't think it's your truth doesn't mean it's not somebody else's truth.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, everybody deserves to have their, if you're invited on the show, you have the right to have your side and your position aired. It's entertainment. Oh, Norm is in here. Storm Norm. What up, Norm?
Hey, Norm.
I don't care what you believe, don't believe, or somewhere in between. What must be acknowledged is this interview was captivating. Thank you both for the conversation. Oh, thank you. Right? Thank you. Masterful.
Wait. I was trying not to do a lot of things because it was going in different spaces. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, and I was shutting up because I didn't want to cut her off because she had a lot to say and you guys deserve, you get me every day, right? So I was, but she dropped a lot.
Yeah. We definitely need to make this a members only.
Well, so here's the thing. I think this should be top tier members.
I think so too.
So I don't care, even if you jump up for 1 month and jump back down, jump up to the top tier so you could lock this down and then cancel that membership and go back down. This was a lot, and this was
a lot. Yep.
So we've definitely got our best of for when I go do Cadillac Chronicles in a couple of weeks. Miss C said the suspense is killing her. What suspense?
Oh, she had to go away. She said that she came back. I saw her make that comment.
Oh no, I got rid of Lene Entertainment. Yeah, Jag gave it up. Jag delivered. Miss Elena is a whole fool. She said got her edges, her life, the way she was satisfied. Are you guys okay? Dana Dane, Nandy, you guys okay? Great job, Kim. Brick City, you good? Miss Elena is a mess.
Yeah, what was up with the smoke thing?
Georgiana, you good? Tiny Coco, you good? Everybody good? Weeze baby, you all right? Glow? Jonesy, cheers to you for not hitting the wrap it up button. I just got here and I'm exhausted. I know Jaguar has a slew of stories. Yeah, man. A lot. Thanks, Nick Music. Yeah, thank you, Jag. Natalie, Miss C, everybody good? Mikhail Whitaker, I saw you in there very, very putting naysayers in their place. Thank you for doing that. Because Gideon and Kim was fighting them off. Lola, everybody good? How that don't get on timeout, but I get put on timeout. I don't know. Some of them she wanted to address. Thank you for coming on the show, Jaguar. You and Jonesy give us everything. Tea, chaos, receipts, and pure entertainment. We enjoy every single second. Thank you, Ms. Elena. I enjoyed your comments. This is hip hop. We have a lot to talk about, to digest in the interview today. A whole lot. I want to hear about the history of music, like the Father MCs, KRS Ones. Love those stories, right? Well, we'll have more because the women were there too. She said that a lot. She said, because I was there. And that's why Pink Champs is so, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Because they forget. This ain't no research. Oh, do your... No, I'm
not. They don't need to do research.
The research is my guest. Norm said he doing some shots after this. I don't drink anymore. I've been 48 hours clean. Thank you, Shanana. Thank you, Eric. You were so quiet. You ain't make no comments. You was listening all this time. Wait. Dana said they need a cigarette and don't even smoke. All right. So it's almost 1. We got to do birthdays. Who's celebrating? I know Christina's birthday, her sister's birthday, Kim is today. So we'll do, bam, you got it over there, Giddy?
Best birthday son, put your hands up. Best birthday son, put your hands up. Best birthday son, put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Happy birthday, Christina Mitchell's sister Kim. I think are we still in Cancer season? No, this is Leo. Happy birthday, Leos. Leo the liars. I mean the lions. Thank you, Chrissy. I started smelling smoke. For real. Cadillac Chronicles, they go all over. West Coast, Florida, Atlanta. It depends. Thank you, Delana. Appreciate you. Thank you, Alicia. Ms. Elena, thank you. Yeah, the stalkers were in overdrive today. Thanks, Debbie. Thanks, Bridget. Thanks, Coco and Two Girls Mom. Thanks, Emily B. Hey, Big John. Big John said he was waiting for this interview. I'm glad we delivered. Jags did not disappoint. Kitty, bring it down. Bring it down. Bring it down.
I am.
I'm like, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. I wanted to thank Kim, our moderator, and Giddy, our producer. Let me get this. I'll give you claps. Don't do it. I'll do it for you. We're keeping things going. Wait, what happened to the claps? Did you add something? Everything got moved around. Oh, what happened? You can turn it off. Thank you. I almost ended the stream by mistake again, y'all. button is right over comments. And listen. Thank you. Yeah, I know you and Giddy was quiet and went underground. James, yes, you and 2 others are a top tier member, so you will automatically get the full live. Well, we get Monique, if we get Jag back, we need to have very specific questions. I agree, Mikhail. Mikhail said I deserve a vacation. Jag was there and she told her story and her truth. Because the women were there too. Grilled vegetable Parmesan sandwich. Oh, and can I just tell you, speaking of Parmesan, I got 2 spinach dips the other night. One was spinach and artichoke from ShopRite, and the other was spinach Parmesan. The spinach Parmesan is disgusting. I'm throwing it away because I'm not. Well, you know what? I'm gonna leave it because maybe the boys will like it. But yeah, no. Alicia, your phone works on the train today. Monique said, Miss Jones, you ought to research, period. Thank you, Rhythm and Blues. Who got written up today? Jodeci. And you still came in a little late. Happy birthday to anybody in the chat. Happy birthday. Don't forget to get those Cash Apps and the Zells, the donations for today. Don't just come, be a customer. It smelled like a surge protector. That's what it smelled like. It sure did. It sure did. At first, I went outside because I was like, maybe it's outside smoke because it smelled like incinerator. Did I say incinerator and not incinerator? So dumb. It smelled like the incinerator. And Jayla was like, wait, what? What's going on? All right, people. That about does it for us. Somebody just sent me receipts on my son. Look at them legs. Look at them legs. Look at them legs. I guess he's going back to number 44. Look at them hog mog legs. And that pacifier. Thank you, Raul. If you're watching, thank you for sending that. I appreciate you. Oh, Troy Daly. Happy birthday, Troy Daly. Debbie and Troy. Not little Troy. Troy. Which Troy? Little Troy or your Troy? The song is available, Let's Play. That's the name of the song. It's available on all streaming platforms. I said less because she was talking about what was real. There's nothing fake about her. She a real Philly woman. She will bust her gun. And she been with some real gangsters, and that's facts. Alicia, thank you for joining us. I am hungry.
Me too.
People don't support but want to be nosy. Yeah, I'm so hungry. What'd you have for dinner? I didn't have much dinner last night. They brought me some chili without sour cream. How you gonna fucking bring chili with no sour cream?
Yeah, I didn't have much to eat last night either. I'm a little starving. To eat, and we going to Kennedy's when I'm done.
Oh, okay. All right, because y'all still in Harlem.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go to Jefferson's and get a little soul food breakfast.
You know what I'm fiending for, which I got to get before I leave?
What's that?
Some crabs.
From where?
See, that's the thing. Everybody I tried to look for yesterday, they ain't here no more.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Brick City. I love that. Thank you. Y'all took care of me yesterday with the Cash Apps and the Zells. Thank you. So some of y'all paid in advance of today's greatness. The rest of y'all niggas got to pay up. Yeah, we got to make clips, Alicia. We got to make clips. You know what I noticed, though? When she started, she was very composed. She was very composed. She was very, you know what I mean? You notice the moment where she got real passionate?
Yes.
What moment was that?
I don't remember exactly what
was
she
she
talking
talking about?
Facial, I don't remember who she's talking about, but her facial expression changed. She got
Does anybody
serious.
in the chat remember? It went. You saw the snap. I saw the snap. It went from composed to she got present to that situation and went. And I was like, I love it. I love to see it. I'm waiting to see who paid attention. Miss C got it. No, not even Jay-Z. She was composed with Jay-Z. That Moni. Ooh, that Moni sent her. That Moni. Moni sent her. She said, not a month. I said, would you apologize to Moni? She said, to who? What? Let me tell you about motherfucking Moni. She didn't even get bothered by Tasha K conversation. She wasn't bothered. Kim says she don't even know where to get crabs from. But how do you get the meat?
It's a
science. It's a skill set.
There's a skill set on that. I know how to break it from behind and forget all that stuff and clean it out in the middle. I have mine out, but I'm looking for some.
What about the dead man?
See, I know how to get, like I said, from the opposite side that I don't even got to touch that, but you got to get rid of that. Some people eat that. It's the lungs you can't eat.
Oh, yeah, man.
Obviously, you don't eat crabs.
Because I've tried those, especially when they cook them in beer, and I'm like, I want the experience, but I was so hungry and wanting it and couldn't get enough meat. I was like, it's too much fussing.
Yeah, that's why you also got to get the large ones.
Dungeness.
No. The large ones. The large male and female crabs, yes. They have some large ones. Not the small ones that they be trying to get you in the little places.
It's time for me to take a trip down to Fisherman's Wharf again. Try narrow. Thank you. You were so gracious yesterday with your gift. I appreciate you. Yeah, child. That Moni sent her. But if you pay attention, everything that sent her or that she had a reason behind.
Right.
She had a truth and a true experience. Her experience to a situation does not negate someone else's experience to that situation. It doesn't mean that it did not happen. So stop coming here calling people liars. Clear example. The way I experienced our childhood Christmases is totally fucking different than the way my older sisters experienced them. You would think we had different parents. You would think we had Christmases in different fucking households. Because one is like, Christmases were horrible. All I remember was having to eat Chef Boyardee raviolis. You were the only one that got gifts. Me and Audrey got robes. It was horrible. There was always fighting. I'm like, no. And then Audrey recalls it different. She was like, that was one Christmas that somebody's check didn't happen, and my mother's friend Cassandra had to give her money for us for gifts. But I said, because what I remember is Christmas starting even the day before Christmas Eve, because they started cleaning the greens and soaking them in the sink to get all the worms out and shit. And my family was heavy on prep. And the girls, our responsibility was crushing up vanilla wafer cookies with the bottom of a glass on a paper bag that you opened up. And that shit, God forbid, you slipped All the fucking cookies you've been crushing since morning would fall on the motherfucking floor. And I'll be damned if I wasn't trying to scoop them chips up real fast back on paper. But that was my contribution. And I remember music playing. I remember BLS being on in the background sometimes. I remember you go in the hallway, you smell chitlins because somebody around the hallway is or pig's feet. If everybody, I remember being hot and the windows being sweaty on the inside. I remember that. I remember the phone ringing because everybody want to call and say Merry Christmas beforehand. And yeah, I remember fake sleeping. I remember watching The Year Without Santa Claus and all the shows. You had to go in your room by 8 p.m. to catch all the shows. And then you could have dinner, but you wasn't going to eat Christmas dinner. So whatever was Christmas Eve dinner, it was always bullshit. It was always something small and stupid. That's what I remember. And then waking up at midnight or something, knock on the door at midnight, go, come on, Santa was here. Which he was and still is. And but that doesn't mean that my sister experienced. That's all that to say. Oh, this is Alaskan king crab. What happened, Giddy?
I don't know. That was happening to me a lot during the interview. Kept getting kicked out. It was like somebody was slashing me. And I was like, well, I'm going to keep going in case they're trying to get your thing to stop and they keep making mine stop.
Oh, is that what was
So
happening?
You saw it, right?
I did. And I was like, do I need to?
I kept dropping and something kept booting me out. I was like, shoot, I'm going to go back in, make sure I keep going back in because I think they was trying to attack your side.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So they kept hitting me. So I kept getting booted because StreamYard kept telling me it was an error. It was an error. I've never gotten that like that before.
No, I just got the fire. I was like, wait, what is that smell? I went and searched up and down. Oh, all right, y'all. Love y'all for watching and being here. Enjoy y'all's Tuesday. And Grayson gonna be so mad he missed it.